Good morning. I am Ward 4 Councilmember Janeese Lewis George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities. It is 9:48 a.m. on Monday, March 3rd, 2025, and we are holding this performance oversight hearing via a hybrid format. Public witnesses are testifying via Zoom and in person here in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building, and government witnesses are testifying in person. This hearing is also being broadcast live on my website at janeeseward4.com/live. I ask that all witnesses begin their testimony with a brief physical description of themselves. For example, I am a Black woman in my mid-30s wearing a blue suit. We will start with the Office of Disability Rights, first with public witnesses and then government witnesses. We will then move to the Department on Disability Services, followed by the Mayor's Office of Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. Here are some brief reminders about the committee's protocols for witnesses participating virtually today. All witnesses participating in this Zoom webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will promote you to be a panelist. If you wish to activate your video while you testify, which is preferred, you need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Public witnesses from bona fide organizations will be given 5 minutes to testify. All other public witnesses will be given 3 minutes. When your time is up, I ask that you please conclude your remarks so that we may stay on schedule. If you have any technical issues during the hearing, please notify my staff either via the Q&A function in Zoom or by sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. All testimony and pre-hearing documents that have been submitted are available now on the Council's hearing management system. Witnesses are reminded to please submit a written copy of their testimony for the record by either uploading your testimony to the Council's hearing management system or by emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing closes 5 p.m. on Monday, March 17th. The Office of Disability Rights, the Department on Disability Services, and the Mayor's Office of Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing all play vital roles in enforcing the rights of, providing services to, and ensuring accessibility for people with disabilities in the District of Columbia. Whether it be for district residents, employees, or visitors with disabilities, all government services and spaces must be accessible as possible, even if such accessibility comes with a cost. We will focus today's hearing on some of the issues I hear most from district residents with disabilities. I look forward to discussing with the Office of Disability Rights the district's current status of compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, particularly in regards to agency self-evaluations and compliance plans, as well as what actions ODR takes, including investigations, when instances of non-compliance arise. Next, we will review a myriad of topics involving DDS's Developmental Disabilities Administration, better known as DDA, and Rehabilitative Services Administration, also known as RSA. For DDA, we will discuss how the agency will manage deep reductions in federal Medicaid funding, waivers and wait times, a new policy regarding individuals who are incarcerated, caseloads, and interagency collaboration. For RSA, we'll discuss the Vocational Rehabilitation Program, counselor caseloads, employment outcomes, and the Randolph-Shepard Vending Facilities Program. With the Mayor's Office of Deafblind, Deaf, Disabled, and Latent Deaf and Hard of Hearing, I'll be discussing how the agency is meeting those distinct needs and the agency's progress on establishing itself as an entity of compliance over other agencies similar to ODR. I look forward to hearing from and engaging with all our public and government witnesses today about all of these issues and more, so we can work together to identify what we are doing right, areas that can be improved, and what policy changes or additional resources are necessary to make those improvements to better serve people with disabilities in the District of Columbia. With that, I'd like to recognize any of my colleagues who may be present. I'm going to check online. I know we have 4 hearings happening simultaneously here at the council, so some of my colleagues may be hopping around today. With that, we will begin with the Office of Disability Rights, starting with our public witnesses. I would like to invite our panel up. We have Gail Williams, Chrysanth Courtneyets, and Ricardo Thornton Sr., Project Action. All right. Good morning, Ms. Williams. You are our first witness today, so you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember George and members of the council. I am Gail Williams, interim chair of the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging, a resident of Washington, D.C. for over 70 years, and a participant in the senior program at the Lamont Recreation Center. I am here to discuss the disability doors at the Lamont Recreation Center, DPR staff that don't turn the doors on, and request consideration for more resources to ensure the center is ADA compliant. Seniors in the Lamont community benefit from activities provided by DPR such as Tai Chi, sail, and chair exercise, arts and crafts, bingo, movie day trips, and lunches provided by DACL. These programs contribute to an engaging and an active experience. Last year, I addressed issues with the men's and women's disability toilets, broken disability doors, DPR staff's reluctance to turn the disability doors on when they were working, and overall unsanitary conditions at the recreation center. The toilets have been since replaced. There is a full-time cleaning staff member from DGS, and ADA compliance issues have been identified as a priority. However, issues with the disability doors persist, and DPR staff still don't turn the doors on. The doors work inconsistently, functioning only when exiting, but not when entering. Additionally, staff at the Lamont Recreation Center often do not turn on the door activation button. Recently, I observed that the front door was not working because the DPR staff had not turned it on. After they turned it on, the door still did not function properly, leading them to submit a maintenance request. Although the doors are supposed to be a priority, it appears now that the doors malfunction often and have for 2 years now. Councilmember George, how can we get these doors fixed or replaced permanently and get the DPR staff to turn them on? We acknowledge the efforts of you and your team in addressing these issues and appreciate the positive changes made. We look forward to further improvements regarding the disability doors and the adherence to ADA compliant rules by the DPR staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, council member. This is former Commissioner Cece.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I am a mom to a toddler who turns 4 today, actually, and that's why I'm off camera, because I'm running around. But she has some special needs and some disabilities, developmentally or development-wise. And I come to you today and the council to just emphasize the fact that given what we're dealing with from a federal level, that her services and the services that she and other students with disabilities are, currently able to receive should be prioritized in, this year's budget. And the quote unquote nice to have program that, put DC ahead of, say, other cities around the country should probably be put on the back burner if they're not having the effect or as effective as the needed services for people with disabilities are, greatly needed, especially again, given the current federal landscape and the fact that those with disabilities, that have neurodivergent differences, everyone seems to be looked down upon. And I would like to emphasize the need and the continued support of the council for this upcoming budget. And I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, and please send a happy birthday to your 4-year-old. I have a 4-month-old, so that difference is fun. Next, we will hear from Ricardo Thornton, Senior, Project Action. No. Okay. I do not see Ricardo is present. So thank you to this panel of witnesses for your testimony. And we will now turn to our government witnesses. Today, we have Matthew McCullough, the Director of the Office of Disability Rights, Allison White, Executive Director for DC Developmental Disabilities Council, Nok Trin, Chief of Staff. I'm not sure who's on the far right, but I'm sure he'll introduce himself.
Good morning, Councilmember. Anthony Young, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Awesome. Anthony Young, Agency Fiscal Officer for the Office of Disability Rights. Director, it is great to see you and thank you for being here today. Before you begin your testimony, I'm going to administer an oath to all of you. If you can, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on the Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Director. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George, and members of the Committee on Facilities. My name is Matthew McCullough, and I'm the Director of the Office of I have feedback, sorry. ODR, it gives me great pleasure to speak before this committee to report on ODR's performance outcomes in fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 to date. ODR was created with the signing of the Disability Rights Protection Act of 2006, and the agency focuses exclusively on DC government's commitment to the Americans with Disabilities Act and compliance with all other federal and local disability laws. This to work to pave the way for the district to become a nationally recognized leader in ensuring that programs, services, benefits, activities, and facilities operated by the district are fully accessible to and usable by people with disabilities. As ODR celebrates the 35th anniversary of the AD this year, the agency continues to actively support and advance the protections of people under the AD and other laws impacting our citizens with disabilities as they relate to community living, employment, housing, transportation, emergency preparedness, and other vital government programs and services. ODR proudly provides the following services: guidance, information, technical assistance to district government agencies and people accessing district buildings and services, resolution of requests for reasonable accommodation and modification policies for building services, for district employees and community members with disabilities regarding accessibility to district building services, programs and activities, ADA accessibility training, aid to district agencies in accessing effective communication services, following Braille and other assistive technologies, and administrative support for the federally funded Developmental Disabilities Council and the DC Commission Person with Disabilities. The ADA reminds us of the importance of greater access and inclusivity as the district government continues to serve all residents, including residents with access and functional needs. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 budget supported critical investments that enhance our efforts to deliver on the promise of our shared DC values. These efforts include providing more economic opportunities, placing much needed investments in infrastructure, making our neighborhoods safer, and offering effective and efficient government services. ODR staff continue to work each day to fulfill our commitment, providing every district resident with an opportunity to change their trajectory for a better quality of life. ODR employees and I work to hold ourselves to the highest standards of accountability as public servants, demonstrating principles of greenness, excellence, and discipline daily as we help deliver on Mayor Bowser's promises and values. ODR's achievements in fiscal year 2024 and 2025 to date. ODR met all objectives set forth in its fiscal year 2024 performance plan. The agency identified key performance indicators corresponding with objectives and made sure that the agency met and or exceeded KPIs through its internal procedures, set trainings, and oversights. ODR is part of the following key deliverables and outcomes: Upstate Community Integration Plan, partnership with 24 district agencies, DC residents with disabilities, and several community organization leaders. ODR drafted and finalized the 3-year 2025 through 2027 Homestead Plan during calendar year 2024. ADA compliance plans. ODR developed a new ADA assessment, self-assessment application for agencies to access their ADA accessibility and develop and submit their ADA compliance plan online. The application streamlines the process of ADA accessibility assessment and creates a centralized record from longitudinal data collection that shows agencies' progress with ADA compliance and training. In fiscal year 2024, ODR trained 2,807 people, including agency ADA coordinators, managers, grant administrators, grantees and contractors on ADA rights and compliance and disability sensitivity. This is a 30% increase compared to fiscal year 2023. In school assessments, ODR assessed DC public schools and accessing 82 schools, helping to identify ADA accessibility barriers and engaging on potential plans to rectify these barriers. Regarding the mayor's disability career fair, ODR co-hosted the mayor's first disability career fair with DDS, 50 employers, and 500 job seekers participated. The event was one of the many resources that the district offered to help level the playing field for a fair shot for all residents, including people with disabilities. Throughout fiscal year 2024 and 2025 to date, ODR worked closely with agencies in submitting their ADA self-evaluation and annual ADA compliance plans. ODR sent instructions to complete the ADA compliance plan, self-assessment, and implementation plan to each agency ADA coordinator. ODR requested these plans be completed by each agency and set a deadline for each agency based on their size, the complexity of their departments, in collaboration with the agency's own estimates on needed time to be submitted no later than the end of 2024. For any agency that did not complete the compliance plan by the agreed upon date, ODR sent follow-up emails reminding the agency of its obligations under the district law and mayoral policy. ODR conducts individual outreach to follow up with each agency that has not submitted an annual ADA implementation plan. Throughout the process, ODR provided training tutorials and guidance on how to complete the self-assessment, as well as provide technical assistance and support on an as needed basis for each agency. ODR receives support from the Office of the City Administrator with a significant requirement through this continuous process. During calendar year 2024, ODR spearheaded the development of the district homestead plan for the next 3 years. The new plan reflects the District of Columbia's ongoing commitment to advancing community integration for people with disabilities, ensuring access to services and support that allow them to live, work, and thrive in the community of their choice. The DC is committed to ensuring that people with disabilities have access to services and programs in the most inclusive and integrated settings possible, and also requirements by the ADA. District law requires ODR to plan and implement the district homestead plan in addition to 3 priorities covered under the previous plan, such as housing, healthcare, and wellness, and employment. The 3-year 2025 through 2027 homestead plan also includes transportation. In its totality, the plan has 82 metrics with 82 benchmarks. For the new homestead plan, we identify points of contact for relevant district agencies to provide feedback and programs and metrics that need improvement and solicited community input from direct and indirect outreach for community stakeholders. We are organizing a working group and a series of 10 hall meetings for a continuous dialogue through 3 iterations of the plan. This plan is therefore the result of a collaborative effort involving a diverse group of stakeholders, including 24 district agency partners, nonprofit organizations, advocates, and over 400 community members who contributed valuable insights, expertise, and feedback during the planning process. Pursuant to ODR Establishment Act, the agency worked actively with the Mayor's Commission on Persons with Disabilities and kept them informed and engaged throughout the Olmsted planning. The final published DC Olmsted Community Integration Plan 2025 through 2027 is available for viewing through ODR's website. As required by federal law, ODR is the designated state agency for the Development and Disabilities Council. The DD Council is fully funded by federal dollars appropriated according to the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill Rights Act of 2000. Through the United States Department of Health and Human Services Administration Community Living. The DD Act mandates the DD Councils engage in advocacy, capacity building, and systems change to better lives people with developmental disabilities and their families. The DD Council is in the fourth year implementing its fiscal year 2022, 2026 5-year state plan for goals related to self-determination, relationship, employment, and community living. In fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 to date, the DD Council led efforts to build awareness, understanding, and acceptance of the disability community through multiple activities and programs serving DC residents with developmental disabilities. The DD Council led the planning and implementation of the annual Latino Conference on Disabilities, which is conducted in Spanish, and the Employment First Summit. In fiscal year 2024, each of these events had record attendance, and the DD Council looks forward to continuing its work in fiscal year 2025. Across fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, the DD Council invested $125,000 in projects that respond to community needs. These small grants, this funding is supporting youth and adults with developmental disabilities and their families to understand and navigate education and service systems, learn healthy eating and living habits, gain for employment, and strengthen peer support networks. Looking forward in fiscal year 2025 and beyond, ODR possesses 6 top priorities to focus on in fiscal year 2025 and beyond. 1. Olmsted Community Integration Plan. Coordinate the implementation of the district's Olmsted Community Integration Plan for calendar years 2025 through 2027. Metrics includes data that demonstrates district agencies work towards the goals set in the current plan. Number 2, district-wide ADA compliance. A, work with OCTO to further build out the ADA compliance plan application in QuickBase. This next phase of the QuickBase application will allow agencies to digitize section 4 and 5 of the ADA compliance plan, which are the most technical and intricate aspects of the plan. Metrics include successful release of section 4 and 5 of the ADA compliance plan application. B, continue working with and assisting agencies to develop and implement their ADA compliance plans. Metrics include individual agencies making continuous improvements in removing agency barriers identified in their ADA compliance plans. 3, celebrating the 35th anniversary of the ADA. ODR will host an event in July 2025 to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the ADA. This event will bring agencies as well as community stakeholders together to celebrate the progress made in the district for disability rights. This will be an opportunity to raise awareness and renew our commitment for continued work to ensure the civil rights of people with disabilities. Metrics include the number of participants attending this event. Number 4, expansion of the training program. Expand ODR's training program to reach a broader audience. Metrics include number of training sessions offered and number of participants. Number 5, web content accessibility guidelines, also known as WCAG version 2.2 AA. Work with OCTO and provide legal advice and guidance to agencies becoming compliant with the federal requirements of the WCAG 2.1 AA. The district needs to be in full compliance by April 2026. Metrics include evidence of individual agencies making continuous improvements and removing web content accessibility barriers. Number 6, Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month activities. In the past and in this current fiscal year, the D Council has led efforts for several DDAM events, including a widely attended talent show that featured artists with developmental disabilities. The DD Council is currently organizing the 2025 DDAM activities, the first of which is tomorrow, March 4th. This event will be the screening of videos from the Judith campaign, a DD Council initiative honoring the former life and legacy of Judy Hammond, a former district employee and resident and member of the disability rights movement. The Judith campaign renovates people to build supportive and strong workplace and communities where people with and without disabilities can thrive together. At ODR, we are proud of the leadership by Mayor Bowser to ensure that DC continues to serve as a national model of accessibility. I extend my greatest appreciation and respect to myself, the DC Council, and the DC Commission on Persons with Disabilities for their tireless efforts and commitment to improving the trajectory and quality of life for all DC residents with and without disabilities. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before this esteemed committee and the DC Council. I welcome any questions you may have. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you so much, Director. First, I want to start by congratulating you and your team for completing the district's new Olmsted Plan.
Thank you.
I know how large and serious of an undertaking this was, getting 24 district partner, agency partners, nonprofit organizations, advocates, and over 400 community members' input and consensus is no small task. And you all created an impressive and thorough plan that sets the bar high for the district government's level of accessibility. In addition to housing, healthcare, and wellness and employment, the 2025 through 2027 plan includes a new topic, transportation. Can you share why transportation was added and what the plan seeks to improve in the area of transportation?
Well, you can't go anywhere in terms of housing, employment, healthcare, wellness without getting to point A to point B. And so transportation needs to be that intricate piece connecting all the pieces together. And so it was a natural progression of including transportation in the Olmsted Plan. And we did our research on a natural basis. And ODR noticed that transportation was not always included in our state's Olmsted Plan. And so I saw an opportunity for us to become a leader and trying to progress with the transportation and working with such agencies such as DDI, the Department for Hire Vehicles, and so forth.
Right. I think that is so critical and so important, and I'm so glad you all did do that work and made that consideration. You all mentioned the Mayor's Commission on Persons with Disability was engaged throughout the process. Can you elaborate on ODR's collaboration with the Commission on Persons with Disabilities?
Yeah, so the Mayor's Commission on Person with Disability, the way you should view this commission, there's a governor's committee on person with disabilities across the nation, 50 states and territories. And so the DC Commission on Person with Disabilities focus on very broad areas of issues that impact the disability community in general. And so the fact that the DC Commission on Persons with Disabilities also focuses on transportation, employment, healthcare, and so forth, it was a natural partnership that we should include them along the process. And so I want to acknowledge the great leadership of the chairperson, Rachel Gass, who is the recent chairperson who needs to come off the committee, unfortunately, because she took her term, but she has been a great partnership to ODR and reminding us what should we continue to do to improve the quality of life for all of these state residents with and without disabilities.
Yeah, I'm glad that work was able to happen
Yes.
and get done. Mr. Young, I know this is not a budget hearing, but given what we're seeing happen in the federal government, I want to ask about ODR's federal funding. ODR's federal grant in fiscal year 24 was about $527,000. Was this entirely for the Developmental Disabilities Council?
I can answer that. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, the federal funding that comes through the Office of Disability Rights is entirely for the Developmental Disabilities Council.
Okay. And have you gotten any indication so far the federal grant will not continue for the remainder of fiscal year 25 or beyond?
We have not gotten any indication one way or the other. We're on a continuing resolution until March 14th and anticipate getting the rest of our funding.
Okay.
So.
All right. If you get any information about changes to ODR's federal funds, please let me know as soon as possible so I can go into budget season knowing what we need to do there.
Definitely. Thank you.
Agency coordination, ODR described its collaboration with the Department of General Services. I was happy to see, following our discussion from last year's hearing, ODR requested DGS make modifications to their work order management system and procedures. These changes are to identify and prioritize facility work orders related to ADA issues. I spoke with DGS Director Hunter about these changes during DGS hearing, particularly how DGS categorizes ADA work orders in Salesforce and what an ADA designation actually means for getting a work order expedited. Can you explain how ODR developed this new process with DGS and what ODR expects will improve going forward?
So we took upon ourselves, based on last year's conversation with you, Councilmember, that we needed to solidify our relationship and partnership with DGS, that recognizing that DGS is actually responsible for actually updating and modifying on DC buildings, that we need to work much closer with DGS and help them understand the importance of their involvement of ensuring that ADA compliance is met. And so through this process past year, we made an agreement with DDS that they would identify work orders that were satisfied for EDA changes, and that has helped tremendously. The question going forward is, can DDS deal with those actual modifications quickly with the budget that they have
Yeah.
in the current fiscal year, or are these some of these improvements dealing with capital improvements that require long-term planning and budgeting? So when it comes to this conversation, I mean, the budgeting and financing approach to DGS, because that's within the wheelhouse, but they have a greater appreciation and understanding of how they should prioritize EDA requests in their Salesforce application, and there's been shown improvement that they've done so going forward. And so because of our conversation last year, that has been a great improvement between the two alliances that the agencies have established. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your work. We were really excited to see sort of the categorization of that ADA work order. So those are able to be sort of high priority or emergency work orders and work with the agency. When we go into budget, we will talk to them about sort of what that means now as we move forward for their funding and dedicated funding we can add to ensure ADA compliance across DGS. I was glad to see you also, ODR also talked to DCPS, our DC Public Schools, about how ODR can collaborate during the design phases for new DCPS buildings by reviewing and providing feedback. I think it's really important because from the many facility tours I've done over the years, I've seen most of the ADA issues arise from problems with the facilities itself, from rather than maintenance. I wanted to know, how are those discussions going with DCPS? And will this arrangement be formalized in an MOU?
So ODR has always requested to gain access to the blueprints to these buildings. We have received blueprints in the past that the architect of ODR has reviewed. Yeah, has always been on a consistent basis. Part of that is constant leadership transition has occurred within DC Public Schools, and so we constantly have to engage the new leadership and have them understand their legal obligations under the which also means handing over the actual blueprints upon request when needed.
Yeah. That I understanding the what happened sort of with different changeover at DCPS. I was wondering, are you all going to have an official role in the design phase of capital projects for all agencies or just DCPS?
That would be the ideal situation. I think that conversation is more with the DGS and their capital and permanent projects, that the fact that we made small incremental steps in progress and doing the work orders, there's a great opportunity for ODR to have a greater role in the capital and permanent projects going forward. So when the actual buildings are being actually designed and constructed, you don't have to go back and redo or reassess these buildings because we'll have a greater confidence that EDA compliance has already been met.
Yeah. Only reason I ask is because I think many agencies would benefit from this proactive approach to identifying and avoiding ADA barriers rather than needing to remediate or provide accommodations once they are built.
Well, plus it's also much cheaper to do it.
That's right.
Than the first time around. More times that DDS has to do these remedial, that just adds up to their budget and granted the beaches compliance, but if we can do things right the first time around, we're taking care of business.
Yes.
And so that's where we would like to be. If we actually get to that point, that means that ODR doesn't need to exist. But so I mean, there's a real purpose of people doing it right the first time around, but with people transitioning, new leadership moving in and out, there's always that question, well, people truly understand data compliance. That's where ODR steps in and continues to offer that education.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
If I may add to that, yes, I totally agree with Director McCullough. And last month, we also started the conversation with the leadership of DGS about getting involved in the designing phase of projects that are handled by DGS as well. And they're very open and we plan to talk in more detail
Great.
soon.
Wonderful. That's great news. During fiscal year 25, can ODR also begin discussions with DPR, Department of Park and Recreations, and DACL, Department of Aging and Community Living, about sort of assuming an official consultation role in the design phase for some of their capital projects?
indeed.
I want to talk about our ADA coordinators. I noticed when reviewing the list of ADA coordinators that some agencies, such as the Department of Human Services, have multiple coordinators, one for employees and one for residents.
Yeah.
That sounds like a really good idea, given that employees and residents often have different ADA issues. Do the agencies decide how many coordinators they have, or is it based on size?
It's solely based on the initiatives and mandates that the agencies have.
Okay.
Knowing that the Department of Human Services, the much larger agency with a much larger budget, they can dictate how they should appropriate how their ADA dollars should be budgeted, and so the fact that they've actually thought through and had two different divisions
Mhm.
dealing with employment and employees with disabilities and access to services for DC residents with disabilities. It's a smart approach, but that's solely based on the fact that the Department of Human Services has a much larger budget and is capable of taking that approach.
Yeah. Has ODR seen any benefits from agencies that have multiple coordinators whose engagement is divided between employees and the public?
So,
Oh.
so it depends on, here's how I would answer that. It's really based on the leadership of that agency.
Okay.
Yeah, if the agency fully understands the legal obligation on the ADA, you see a much more effective and efficient approach in serving our DC resident disabilities, using the Lamont Rec Center as an example, recognizing that the staff, there's constant changeover in staff over there, and ODR has done consistent training, sensitivity training for frontline staff workers over at that rec center, many other rec centers.
Yep.
We realize that that education continues to be needed, and also depending on the frontline workers' understanding of the ADA, their understanding may not
Mhm.
necessarily be straight on, and so that's the reason why we need to offer consistent technical assistance in those incidences.
Yeah, I tend to think having employee and resident dedicated coordinators for agencies that largely deal with the public would provide an additional resource and lighten the burden of coordinators at large agencies.
Agreed.
Yeah. Can ODR discuss adding coordinators to DCPS, DPR, and DACL, Department of Aging and Community Living?
We can engage in this conversation. We have no problems having this conversation. Once again, it comes down to the agency's priorities and mandates, but ODR has no problems offering this conversation and option. And some of those agencies may be willing to consider taking on those new opportunities.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to go to ADA assessments. I'm so happy to see ODR has a new app for agencies to submit their self-assessments and compliance plans. I hope this encourages agencies to submit these required documents. But I'm more excited about the data collection that will now be possible. Last year, I talked about the need to take a more quantitative approach to ADA compliance so we can compare agencies' barriers years over year and identify in which areas our barriers are most common. Doing so, I think, will make it easier and more effective for ODR to monitor progress of all plans and overall improvement of the district's level of compliance with the ADA. What can you tell me? Can you describe this new app and how is it going so far, and sort of what type of specific data points is ODR now sort of able to collect?
So there's 5 sections total in its entirety. Section 1 is dealing with employment. Section 2 is dealing with access to program services and activity. Section 3 is dealing with website accessibility and technology type stuff. Section 4 is dealing with the physical environment of the facilities that these agencies are in. And Section 5 is where agencies actually identify the barriers that they have seen through the first 4 sections. So Section 5 is where the agency actually identify their own ADA compliance plan going forward, and that's how ODR can monitor if the agencies have gradually improved upon those barriers, because they should. It serves as a checklist of what they need to address going forward.
Yeah. I'm really excited about this and just so happy about it, and look forward to seeing some of the patterns that you all start to see as they come in. And I want to thank you and Octo for doing this, and can't wait to sort of analyze a full year's worth of data during the next year's performance oversight. Have any patterns already emerged from the data we have already, or not quite yet? It's okay if it's not quite yet.
So there's been, what we observed is a lot of the physical environment that the agencies counter, and that's a constant conversation between the agency and DGS and ODR, depending on if it's low-hanging fruit and if the DGS can address those barriers, they can address them, such as the accessible buttons at buildings, or if the bathrooms need to be updated. That's considered more or less a capital improvement project, because the entire room needs to be renovated and stuff. So yeah.
Got it. Well, thank you again for this work. I'm so excited. ODR said it finished assessing the ADA accessibility of 82 DC public schools to help DCPS identify barriers to remove To confirm, does that mean 82 individual schools now have fully complete self-evaluations and implementation plans?
Oh, yes, so I should also add that the CMPS leadership also, also did some of the assessments of their own. So ODR, did not do all 82 assessment. DCPS, the leadership also did some of the assessments.
Right.
So there was a true collaboration. So yeah.
Director, I cannot tell you how happy I am to hear that. You know that the lack of those documents for all our public schools really concerned me last year, and I'm grateful for you and your team that got right on that and did so many in, I think, a really short period of time.
Yeah.
So 82 down, how many more to go before every school has a self-evaluations and implementation plan?
So in the past year, we were able to have 61 agencies participate, and we, as you may recall, this process actually started shortly after our proposal. So to have 61 agencies respond and submit their plans either in their entirety or in portions was a great step forward. So there's opportunities for us to get all of the agencies going forward to actually participate and submit their documents in the ADA compliance app. And we work very tirelessly. My team works very tirelessly. It's sort of like a mother reminding their daughter and sons, you need to do this because you'll get in trouble if you don't. But we live upon the agencies to do their job, and we're constantly there to give them the appropriate technical assistance. They have trouble understanding what needs to be done. But to talk about trends, once again, it's dealing with, a lot of it is dealing with the fiscal environment that these agencies are dealing with. And for agencies that are placed in DC-owned buildings, that's a little easier to address because we can work directly with DGS.
That's right.
To fix those fixes or capital improvement projects. But if the agencies are leasing through a private entity, it's a additional layer of bureaucracy that DGS has to work with the landlord to help them understand, or the district is held liable. In essence, the landlord is also held liable as well. But there is an added bureaucracy to that when the agencies are leasing.
Got it. I know ODR said 61 of 74 agencies started their ADA compliance plans for fiscal year 24. And so far, 49 agencies completed the plan. Do you know what the status is for DPR and Department of Park and Recreations and Department of Aging and Community Living?
So the Parks and Recs will have a much larger Section 5 plan, because that includes all the rec centers, and so they identify identify what areas need to be addressed. And so when it comes to like there's Section 1 through 3 dealing with their employment practices, their program access, and website accessibility, they're fully compliant. But when it comes to the fiscal environment, such as Ms. Williams mentioned, that it's an ongoing conversation, and ODR is committed to working with Parks and Recs, DGS, and the staff at the individual Parks and Rec centers to make sure that ADA compliance is met. Granted, those conversations are always ongoing because those accessibility buttons are constantly breaking down. And I would argue that if we can consider using the rate button, some of the DC government buildings have the rate buttons, such as 441, Marion Bears building.
Mhm.
Just wave your hand, and I noticed that that particular device doesn't break down as often.
Okay,
Just have
yeah,
to turn on.
that's right.
Whereas the accessible buttons of my rec center, you actually have physical like hardware that you need to replace if things are broken down.
Got it.
So and as the hardware goes older, chances are the hardware may not exist. That's the other thing about hardware, like dealing with actual elevators, like the public libraries, rec centers that they have elevators. The older the elevator is, the more challenging it is to get the physical hardware to get replaced because the hardware may not be in production as often as the newer hardware is. So that's another conversation that DJs, Parks and Rec Centers, public libraries have to have in the actually design phase of during this type of work. That like if they're going to use hardware, is hardware really available
Yeah,
for long periods of years? And so
yeah. Will DPR, each DPR location have its own separate plan? Just with,
yes.
yes,
Yeah.
okay,
Because each location is it's
Great,
it's
yeah.
a different location.
Each separate facility, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I assumed.
Yeah.
Can you all sort of provide the list of agencies that completed the plan and the ones that haven't started yet?
We can send over the list to you after the hearing. So
Okay. Thank you. In question 81, ODR described the process by which it solicits the plans from agencies. It says first ODR makes a request with a deadline set in collaboration within reach of the agency. Then if an agency does not complete the plan by the deadline, ODR sends up follow-up emails reminding the agency of its obligations under district law and mayoral policy. And then ODR also conducts individual outreach to each agency. And then ODR receives support from the office of the city administrator if needed.
Yep.
Is that fairly accurately sort of?
That's accurate. We are in constant communication with the agency way before the actual deadline, because we want to show that we are as consistently in communication with these agencies, and that we as an agency haven't dropped the ball, that we're in constant communication. And so now when the agencies are not necessarily responding, we then speak with the office of the city administrator and say, look, we've contacted these agencies. The coordinator may not be responding. So we use every means possible to bring these agencies in compliance with the data.
Yeah. You also said that you collaborate with the Office of Risk Management also to present ADA compliance requirements to agency risk managers and address ADA compliance from risk management perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Has that been an effective tool as well?
it's a new initiative.
Okay.
That we've taken upon ourselves because, granted, risk management has their own role assessment tools, but there are some overlap that ODR has recognized that we can work close collaboration with the Office of Risk Management and Chad Ross on and furthering the actual compliance in both risk management and ADA compliance. Yeah, of course.
Yes, and we have collaborated with Risk Management Office to provide training to risk
Great.
managers.
Great.
Yes, so that they can come back to their team and discuss with their leadership as well as ADA coordinators. So it takes a village to get work done, and
Yeah.
and we can get the help from everyone.
Wonderful.
Yes, and ORM has been very supportive of this, and
Great.
we will continue in this year.
Great. I'm very happy with the progress, and I'm so excited to see it continue to grow over time. I want to turn to investigations and referrals. When asked how many investigations of alleged violations of the aforementioned laws did ODR conduct, ODR's reply was ODR reviews the complaints as they are received, works with agencies, and seeks resolutions of the issues instead. Fiscal year 23's response was ODR did not conduct formal investigations of alleged violations in fiscal year 21, 22, 23, and 24 to date. I guess both answers have the same result, which is ODR is not conducting investigations. Is that correct?
We do informal investigation. We don't do formal investigation. That's where the Office of Human Rights comes in and stuff. We don't have the authority to do formal investigation. We do the informal investigation in hopes that we can come to an informal resolution in compliance with the ADA.
Got it. I think, as I said last year, I think that would be fine if it meant that there were never any ADA issues that required an investigation. But I don't believe that that is where we are. And I think given the number and severity of ADA barriers I see in government spaces and services, I still don't see why ODR is not using every authority at its disposal to increase the level of the district's ADA's compliance.
Well, when it comes to the district agencies, we do. It's a partnership that we do everything within our authority to make our district agencies come in compliance with the ADA. And so that's our mandate, to work with our statutory and broader agencies in doing so. But if we go outside of that realm, of that circle, dealing with businesses or private businesses or private entities, that's where we don't have the authority. But rest assured, when it comes to the district agencies, as long as we know about it, we're on it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the one area where it's just promulgated by law is ODR shall investigate actions or inactions of agencies in alleged violation of the ADA, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. And so, in my opinion, the shall means that it's something that you have to do versus something that, even if you don't like it, they're your partner agencies, and I get it, and you want to be good partners with them.
Yeah.
But sometimes you got to lay the law to your partners. That's just the way it works. In order to get compliance, ODR is a compliance agency in that respect. So I know you're making the efforts on the front end to not end up have to do investigations, but I don't think that's where we are right now.
Well, my mind when we do an investigation, we include an assessment report or an evaluation of, in my mind, that's our formal approach of addressing the investigation. If we offer reports to the agency on our findings, we expect the agency to address our findings and keep us posted on their progress. So I understand our language in response to your question isn't as concrete as it should. That's on me. But to make it a little more concrete, if we know about if the employee or the agency comes to us and say there's an issue, we then go to the agency and do an evaluation and an assessment and give them a report, and then we keep that report.
Yeah.
And we follow up with the agency until there's final resolution to those
Understood.
issues.
I want to turn to ODR's obligations with the Office of Human Rights. It says ODR is required to, one, evaluate the district's compliance with the ADA Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and the disability rights provisions of the Human Rights Act, and report any deficiencies to the Office of Human Rights. It is two, to investigate actions or inactions of agencies in alleged violation of the ADA Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and make referrals to the Office of Human Rights as appropriate of any actions or inactions that may violate the Human Rights Act. And three, to provide information and referral, legal information and assistance with filing complaints with the Office of Human Rights to individuals who have questions about disability rights or are experiencing obstacles to receiving services. To question 92, ODR said you all made 32 referrals to the Office of Human Rights in 2024 and 14 referrals in 2025 so far, which is about the same 31 I think ODR made in 2023. Among those 32 referrals, how many were referring an agency to OHR and how many were referring a resident to OHR?
We would need to follow up with you on that.
Okay.
I don't have that particular data.
We do not track that breakdown in that kind of, but we can go back and analyze that.
And analyze the data, okay.
But the system doesn't track that breakdown.
Can you confirm if some of them are agencies? If not, then I guess it's all residents.
From off the top of my head, I do not remember an agency that was referred to OHR.
Yeah, it's primarily coming from either DC employees or residents. That's sort of what they allows people with disabilities to do. If they recognize that their rights are infringed upon, there's vehicles for them to further explore their rights under particular laws such as the ADA or the Human Rights Act. And so we give them the proper information to follow up if they want to continue trying to protect their civil rights. And so we, in terms of the agencies, we work very closely with the agencies to ensure that they are compliant with the ADA or Human Rights Act. In many cases, I argue that our working with the agency and the leadership in those instances is very effective because we understand the law, and in many cases we're working with the general counsels of those other agencies there, and it's a matter of education for them to understand how they should actually perceive, how they should move forward with making sure that the agencies are compliant with the law. Go ahead.
If I'm not sure if you were asking if we refer an agency for their in compliance. If that is the case, then we do share with OHR on the status of agency's ADA compliance. So OHR is fully aware of
Okay,
of the status for each agency.
understood. Okay,
Is that what you're asking? Or?
yeah. Because
Okay,
what the final piece of the puzzle, I guess, is sort of enforcement power and sort of, I think as we covered last year, ODR does not have the authority to sort of compel any agency to take any action, including those that would bring the agency, I guess, into compliance with the ADA. And I guess, as I've expressed, I struggle with the concept that a compliance agency does not have enforcement power. Which leads me to wonder whether ODR is actually a compliance agency. So I guess, Director, you help me. Do you believe ODR is a compliance agency?
we are, well, we were established under many to address a lot of the matters in Portmore. That if we do our jobs in Portmore and try to bring the agency in compliance with the ADA and our federal laws, we're doing our job. And so if it's necessary to increase the further involvement of other agencies, then that simply communicates that there's something that is out of ODR's hands per se, and that legal authority needs to step in.
Got it. Okay. I think that's the only thing as you know, we further do things to sort of figure out how we can allow, make you more of a compliance agency in every aspect. And without sort of the conflicting, because you all also are a policy advising entity with the authority to report findings to the mayor and or make referrals to OHR for issues of noncompliance. Would ODR be opposed to gaining enforcement power?
We wouldn't be opposed.
So that basically, so that you would not have to rely on the Office of Human Rights.
That's more of a legislative conversation that the DC Council needs to have a much broader approach. I argue that ODR is definitely a mandate, that we're doing our job that's expected of us. But we are also recognizing that the Office of Human Rights actually has the actual authority on many of these matters. So it comes back down to, is the DC Council trying to make those legislative changes, and well, the Office of Human Rights accept it. That's a conversation that ODR cannot even address.
Gotcha. And that's the conversation, or just the thoughts I'm trying to come up with and figure out. Well, with all that, here is where I'm right now. ODR has made a lot of progress just over 1 year, especially when it comes to the collection substance and review of self-evaluations and compliance plans. And so the only hiccup I have is sort of, whether you need more enforcement power. But outside of just that quest, one thing as I go into budget is looking at sort of in what ways do we need to support budgets within DGS, within other agencies, and looking to you all to see sort of how we can make sure the agency's budgets align with the law, with current practices, or align practices with current law, and figure those things out. And I look forward to your engagement during that process. And so as always, I like to give my directors the last word. So Director McCullough, is there anything else you'd like to share today?
Well, the fact that the DC Council and you, Councilmember Lewis George, have identified opportunities for ODR to work in greater partnership with other agencies such as DDS and DC Public Schools. We have taken those suggestions to heart, and you can see our immediate response and our leadership to what you guys are asking. And so I anticipate that we will continue showing that ongoing leadership and based on the ongoing suggestions that you give us, we will be more than happy to implement them as they come to us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Great work. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We will now transition to the Department on Disability Services. And before we do that, I want to wish everyone a very happy Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Tomorrow, the council will pass my resolution declaring March 2025 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. I understand agencies and organizations have many events scheduled throughout March, and I encourage everyone to attend as many of them as you possibly can. So we will begin with public witnesses for Department on Disability Services. Panel 1, Donald Salzman, Nita Mithra, Doreen Blue, Linda Brown, and Salim Adolfo. All right, we will begin with Donald Salzman. I hope I said the last name right.
Thank you,
All right.
Chair Lewis George. My name is Donald Salzman. I am a white male in my mid-60s and I'm wearing a blue suit. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm the pro bono counsel at Skadden, a law firm in DC, and I'm testifying today in my individual capacity and not on behalf of my law firm. I'm here today to talk about the recently announced change in the DDS policy in which they will no longer screen incarcerated DC residents for their services until those residents have a release date. I would like to share with you the story of two of my pro bono clients, both of whom were released to their DC communities only because of DDS's previous policy. That policy made it possible for us to put in place a robust and concrete reentry plan centered on holistic DDS services that would ensure that they could return to their communities safely and successfully while they were still incarcerated and before they had any release dates. I have grave concerns that the new policy DDS has announced will have a profound impact on vulnerable incarcerated DC residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities. To be blunt, DDS's new policy is short-sighted and harmful, and I fear it will leave inmates like my clients and countless other incarcerated DC residents to languish in prison when they could safely return to DC under DDS's previous policy. My first client, MS, was arrested in 2014 and later charged in the United States District Court in DC. He was found not competent to stand trial and later was indefinitely civilly committed by a federal judge after the Bureau of Prisons psychologist completed a dangerousness evaluation. In order to be released, MS had the burden to prove to the court that he could safely be released. During his incarceration, MS was held in mostly solitary confinement conditions. Social science research shows that solitary confinement conditions are extraordinarily harmful to people with IDD and mental illness. Under its former policy, DDS found MS eligible for its services and funded a reentry plan with holistic set of services for MS, which was approved by the federal court, and MS was released within a few days of his the court's order. My second client, MB, was arrested at age 19 in 1999 for a minor armed robbery that he committed after he developed a severe mental illness. The court sentenced him to 5 to 30 years with a recommendation that he be released after 5 years to a residential program. But because of his severe mental illness, MB got lost in the prison system. He was considered for parole 10 times during his 25-year incarceration. Each time, the parole commission treated his mental illness as an aggravating condition, stated its belief that he couldn't be released to the community, and denied his parole requests. In 2022, my colleagues and I began representing MB. We filed a motion under the DC Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act seeking MB's release. Because of DDS's former policy, the centerpiece of our motion was a reentry plan based on a comprehensive set of DDS wraparound services. Before we had a concrete reentry plan, the U.S. Attorney's Office questioned whether MB could pose a danger to the community if he were released. But once we presented the U.S. Attorney's Office with a fully developed concrete plan, the U.S. Attorney joined with MB's pro bono team to ask the court to reduce MB's sentence. And his sentence was reduced and he was released to the community with substantial supports in place. As I said at the outset, I'm concerned that the change in policy will make it impossible or interfere with incarcerated clients like my clients to be released when they otherwise could safely be released. And I welcome any questions the council has for me.
Thank you so much. Next, we will turn to Nita Misra. I see Doreen. All right. All right, we will go to Doreen Blue. Doreen, I see you online. You just have to unmute for us.
Am I good?
Yes,
Good.
thank you.
Hey, how are you?
I'm
How's
good. Good
it?
morning.
Good morning. Okay, I'll start with first, I was hoping to come on as an organization, but I'll take the public witness for now. Good day, Chairman Lewis George. Thank you
We
for the
switched you to 5 minutes, so you can go ahead as
Oh,
an
okay.
organization. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good day. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you today. It is such an honor, especially during this time in the world today. I want to extend a very strong and bold wish to all of the specials and others a happy Developmental Disability Awareness Month. I look forward to the many celebrations of all expressions of this month of March and forward. I want to congrats Directors Allison and Matt on their work with the Olmsted's shared vision and look forward to joining their team for the future. I am Doreen Blue, proud parent, longtime stellar advocate, and executive director of Family Voices of the District of Columbia Incorporated. Family Voices of the District of Columbia Incorporated is a healthcare advocacy and special education advisory organization speaking with and on behalf of those diagnosed with special healthcare needs and/or disabilities. With no longer being affiliated with the National Family Voices due to age limits, it is still Family Voices of the District of Columbia Incorporated belief that those diagnosed with special healthcare needs and/or disabilities, along with their families, deserve access to quality healthcare services and education. Family Voices of DC Incorporated mission is to assure that all children and adults with special healthcare needs and disabilities receive family-centered coordination of care. I come before you today to provide you with the concerns and comments from the community being served by the Department of Disability Services that are most upsetting to us. Number one would be, there are 4 to 5. Number one would be the transparency and knowledge with DDS staffing rights, responsibilities, and accountabilities. Number 2 would be the lack of behavioral services regarding the autism and multiple disabilities community. Number 3 would be supportive living and housing vouchers accessibility. And number 4 would be the lack of collaboration and partnerships regarding medical professionals serving the ID and the DD community. Let me start by saying DDS's responsibilities on cutting supports of services are of great concern. Crucial services are being cut to the community of the DDS community that are being served, and the changes are being made without following or establishing the proper protocols and procedures that govern the rules. Parents and individuals are being hit out of nowhere with being told that there are no staff and supports in which they are making in which individuals are making progress towards living a quality and an independent lifestyle. And I just want to touch on those briefly. You can read more in my testimony. Number two, the lack of behavior supports primarily to the autism and multiple disabilities community. Since the diagnosis of autism has reached the Black, Brown, and Beige community at a much later time than others in the community, data and the services have not caught up to that, primarily to the age group of those that are 18 and over. The current waiver of ID and DD has such services listed to be accessible, but unfortunately does not have the acceptable and accessible providers to render the applied services such as applied behavior analysis, social skills, and other critical methodology to be provided to the eligible participants. Number two, supportive living and the vacancy list. Accessible to affordable and quality housing with DDS and older DDS providers have manufactured a vacancy list, and DC taxpayer dollars are being used to pay for these housings in Maryland. DDS pays for these providers to provide houses in Maryland, which in many cases is more expensive than what is being paid in the District of Columbia. Providers who have human care agreements are being denied supportive living referrals. There are recycling providers who can receive supportive living providers and protecting them by internally manufacturing a vacancy list, which is anti-competitive. Some providers are 7 vacancies in different buildings, and you can read more in that. I want to also key in on the access to housing vouchers. Access to housing vouchers in the District of Columbia is more crucial than ever for the disability community, especially in light of the escalating housing costs in the city. These vouchers provide individuals with the means to secure reasonable and stable living conditions, which are essential for their well-being and the quality of life. The Department of Behavioral Health already offers housing vouchers to its population, recognizing the importance of affordable housing for individuals with mental health conditions, but unfortunately does not serve or have accessibility for the DD population. We encourage the Department on Disabilities to provide housing or look at providing housing that would align with the DDS commitment to person-centered care, and DDS to emphasize on upholding persons' respect, dignity, and inclusion, which should include the right to choose one's living environment. Number 5 would be DDS's waiver services. Not knowing about DDS's collaboration with medical professionals. DDS's waiver services are only supplemental services and are secondary to one's primary health insurance services. In order to best use both individuals and parents with services, parents would need to know how and when to access those services. But most importantly, DDS would need to take the recommendations from the individual's medical team and ensuring that the individual would add medical case management to most, if not all, of the team meetings that they conduct when serving an individual with disabilities. I will continue to elaborate and follow up with the DDS team and the disability team that has been before you today, and share and get more involved into their agency's efforts and recommendations. Again, I thank you for the opportunity, and thank you again.
Thank you so much. Can you make sure you send your testimony to the committee as well, so we can follow with you directly?
Yeah, yes, I would. Unfortunately, it wasn't allowing me to upload. My name wasn't on
Okay.
the list. Mhm.
That's fine. We'll work with you to try to get it. Because it a chalk ton of information we wanted to follow up with you on. I'm going to see if we have Nita Misra, if they've logged on. Salima Dofo. No, okay. Linda Brown, okay. No, Linda Brown, okay. Mr. Salzman, I am concerned as well with the policy change. I think, in your professional opinion, is DDS's new change regarding the ability of people who are incarcerated to apply for DDA services a policy choice of the agency or required by law?
I think that my understanding is that the former policy is required by law. DC residents who end up in the prison system remain DC residents, and my understanding is that DDS has an obligation to serve DC residents regardless of where they're located. And there aren't hurdles to DDS performing the type of evaluation while the individual is incarcerated. For both of my clients, we're able to do those in a remote fashion. And so there aren't any barriers to DDS continuing their former policy, and I think they have an obligation under the law to do so.
Do you believe the new policy prohibiting application while incarcerated is illegal?
I think they're not in compliance with Olmstead, so I guess, yes, to be blunt, I think it is illegal.
Thank you. I have some questions for DDS about this later on, but thank you for sharing your testimony and sharing for your clients who don't have the opportunity to do so as well, to testify on their own behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, we're going to move to panel 2. Thank you. I'm going to call up Anjanette Shelby, chairperson of the DC Developmental Disabilities Council. Ricardo Thornton Sr., Project Action. Robert Kennedy Jr., Project Action. Leonard Stevens, Project Action. Victor Robinson, Project Action. All right. Good. Good to see this panel of familiar faces. Ms. Shelby, we will get started with you. You may begin your testimony. I cut the mic on. Yep. Just press the button. Red means go in this instance. It's weird.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and other members of the Committee on Festivities. My name is Angie Shelby, and I am the chairperson of DD Council and the vice chair of the Commission on Persons with Disability. I live in Ward 6. I'm an advocate for people with disabilities and seniors, and I have received services. I'm a long time receiving services at RSA. I am testifying on behalf of the DD Council and on DDS. The DD Council partners closely with DDS on several initiatives, including employment first, the supporting family communities of practice, development disability wellness month, and the annual Latino Conference on Disabilities. DDS is a member of the DD Council, and we enjoy a positive working relationship with our programs and advocacy. We're going to be focusing on 6 areas in testimony. First, improving the individual service plan progress. 2, supportive directive support professionals. 3, expanding participation in the direct services. 4, engaging DC and Latino community. 5, making DC government and a model employer for persons with disabilities. 6, prioritizing community living, improving the ISP process. Project Action, DC Action DC Self-Advocacy Coalition has encouraged DDS to encourage the ISP progress and person-centered, and DD Council echoes the importance of this. Some of the requests Project Action has raised during the monthly meetings include making sure the persons receiving services is present, meaningful, involved in their ISP meetings, reviewing and explaining the content of documents before asking the person to sign them, and encouraging the ISP is shared with persons and their choice supporters. We understand that DDS has been working to improve the ISP process over the last year, and some people do experience a person-centered ISP progress. However, ongoing training and engagement on ensuring the ISP process is a person-centered for everyone is still necessary. Maintaining well-paying jobs and a supportive working environment for DSPs is necessary to have reliable, robust, and skilled DSPs. Workforce. DSPs are critical to ensure safety for people with disabilities and promoting skill building for community living and employment. We encourage DDS and the service provider network to encourage prioritizing DSPS. 2, expanding participation in direct services. We are pleased to see the launch of PDS in individual and family services waivers the past year. We encourage to advocate for PDS to implement the IDD waiver and believe that flexibility this opportunity offers could rely on the DSP workforce issues. 3, engaging the DC Latino community. The DD Council partners with DDS and several other organizations to host the annual Latino Conference on Disability. This year, we will mark the 7th year of our internal engagement with DD Latino community by providing information and programming in Spanish first. DDS partnership is the effort DDS partnership in this effort is critical, and we hope to work together to share more resources and supports for Latino residents, including undocumented people. 5, making DC government a model employer for people with disabilities. The DD Council encouraged to support efforts to establish a state as a model employer. Programs with DC government. We anticipate DDS leadership in this area and encourage ongoing cooperation with the DC Health Resources, the Office of Disability Rights, and other agencies to develop and understand and practice around customized employment, creating more part-time jobs, and building a culture of inclusion. Prioritizing community living. In closing, we want to acknowledge the disability community is facing threats of life-sustaining services, healthcare, employment opportunities, and overall ability to be put together in communities. We understand that many of the changes being deliberated on the federal level right now could have significant effects on DDS and other DC government agencies. As we move into the future together, we must prioritize services and support and keep people in the community. Home and community-based services are more cost efficiency and support better outcomes for people. We do not go back to institutions. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today. If you have any questions, please follow up with the DD Council Executive Director, Allison White.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Ricardo Thornton, Sr.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
So I got it. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your new additional to the family.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
My name is Ricardo Thornton, and I'm senior. I I'm a lifelong district resident, and I live in Ward 4 with my wonderful wife, Donna. Spicy. We both used to live at Forest Haven, an institution in the district residence disability in Laurel. I am a co-chair. I'm the co-chair of Project Action Self-Advocacy, Disabilities, and I serve on a number of coalitions. I am here. I have let me see, make sure I'm reading this right. I have worked at the DC Public Library for over 40, it's not 40, it's 48 years of service at the library. I've been there. Project Actions, mentor movement is to let our voice be heard. I'm here to let my voice be heard today. The Department on Disability Services is doing a good job. Andy Reid and his team have done a great job working with us, updating us on our monthly meetings, letting us know, keeping us in touch about this COVID and a lot of the stuff, unhealthy stuff that's going on, encouraging each member to make sure we talk with our officials, our doctors, to make sure that we stay healthy. It's been a very good support with Andy and his team. Make sure I get back on track here. The partners, the want to partner to continue. We want them to continue that. I am proud that those of advocacy, we have increased it, the personal needs allowances, but we are encouraging everything going up on the needs of looking at the increase that we might want to look back at that and add a little more to it for transportation, for traveling, for activities, outings, and activities on family, friends. Project Action is willing to be working with DDS on this. We want to make sure that Medicaid waiver programs is fully funded, down there, fully funded, so that people who needs to receive this support can get it continuously and get it. This is very important for everyone to express the people with this different Medicaid conditions and needs. I know many of self-advocates who depend on Medicaid and would really be at risk if it is cut. Please fund this DDS budget fully so that the district residents, disabilities can get help they need and live their best lives in our nation's capital. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to speak. The other one's on the ODR, which is the same thing. I'm just going to say briefly, and that is I'm proud to have worked at the DC. Oh, that's all. I want to share my support for the District Office on Disability Rights and the DD Council for the work that they have done. Mac McCullen, I want to provide service to on the Developmental Disability Council and to knowing firsthand of the difference in this office making, such as Homestead, such as the outreach on people leaving schools, going into work placement, making sure that there's something supports there for them, that they don't have to rely on going the opposite way, but they can see that these services are there. I'm just happy to see that they're doing a great job, encourage them to continue the job. I'm going to close this because I can just do it by heart. There's a lot of good stuff in there. But no, on a good note is that DDS has come willing and ready to continue to work. We want to continue to work with them. Project Action, our theme is let our voice be heard, and today you hear my voice. And I can't take budget cuts. I know there's a lot going on in the federal government under human services with the cuts and stuff, people losing their jobs. We just want to stay focused and continue to do what we do here in the district and do the best that we can. We don't need no control board. We don't need none of that stuff to come here in the district and disrupt what we already got going on. So we want to continue the services here, and we're doing a great job. I just want to see us continue that. My wife, Donna.
I was gonna ask about Donna.
My wife, Donna, is doing well. She wanted to be here today, but she's under the weather.
Okay,
But she is strongly, wanted to tell everybody hello.
great.
I also want to tell you, Madam Chair, we are very excited. I'm excited today because we're celebrating the Disability Awareness Month.
Yes.
We're celebrating 100 years
Wow.
of the closing of Forest Haven.
Yeah.
That's something to celebrate.
Yes.
And when you can see how happy, I wish we were all here today to be, okay, calm down, okay. But I'm just excited to see that we've come a long way.
Amen. Yeah.
And we thank the council, we thank the city for the work that you all have done, working with us to get us to where we need to be. On that note, thank you so much. And any questions you may have for me, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you. My first question was, where is Donna? So you already answered that. I'll come back to you for my other questions.
Okay.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
Good morning, Ms.
Good morning.
Lewis. And I know this month is, you know this month is, right? You don't know? I'll tell you, this is
Tell me.
mother is a woman's month.
That's right.
And happy Women's Month. Okay. I know we celebrate everything else, but and so this is really, like I said, my name is Robert Kennedy. I live in Ward 5. I'm with Project Action. Also with RCM with Washington. For 15 years, I've been working there. DDS. I'm really proud we're working with DDS because being there, precision care, I'm with these people. How do you put it? Somebody went out of my car and took something else. They had taken me to the store, taking me to church, the bank, and all that. But see, I say, don't be holding my hand. When I've been sitting in front of you, I'm by myself. And October 23, I had an accident. I'm playing tennis and I fell in my hip, but I almost that came here today. But I said I better because I haven't been here for a little while. My program, they helped me in my house, cleaning, sweep the back, helping me getting things together and stuff. Hey, when I was laid up, calling me. And my supervisor, him called me and find out. You don't have a boss give you presents, things, or whatever. Hey, also Medicaid. I've been sitting in front of y'all plenty of times, Medicaid. I was protest out there at one time.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, they think, I forgot what, when they're supposed to do this Medicaid. The 23rd of this month, I'll be 73 years old. We need a child and my going to Medicaid, going to the doctor. If you cut Medicaid, what are we gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
What are we gonna do? But see, they gonna say, my age and stuff like that, we need that Medicaid. We need to do what we have to do. And I know every time you sit in front of y'all, I know it gotta go by numbers. But this is really, really, we definitely need, my age need that Medicaid. And that go on and pay the doctor. I'm sorry, I'm sorry with that, okay? Thank you. And I have any questions, I'd be glad to ask.
Thank you so much. Leonard Stevens. Leonard, can you accept the promotion to panelist? Okay, keep saying decline to be promoted. All right, we are going to come back to you, Leonard. Hopefully, when you see the next request, you can accept it. And we will go to Victor Robinson. Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Victor Robinson. My name is Victor Robinson. I've lived in the District of Columbia all my life. I've lived in Ward 4. I am an executive member of Project Action. I work as a community outreach specialist at Quality Trust for individuals with disability. I am submitting this testimony because I live in a disability and receive support from the Department on Disability Services. The work and budget of DDS is very important to me. I need support to live at home independently, be a part of different community activities, and to go to work. DDS helps each person they support to get the services they need to be successful. I would like the government to make sure there is affordable housing for all district residents who need it. I and other people I know have lived here all our lives, and we want to remain in DC, but the cost of housing is so high that they have they have to move to Maryland or Virginia, and they don't want to do it. People may make sure that there is also accessible housing for people who need accessibility to live in the community independently. Getting and keeping a job is important for everyone and people with disabilities. Please make sure that DDS has the funding it needs to make sure RSA can assist people with disabilities, get training, and find a job, a good life. Please fund the DDS budget fully to get the help they need to live their best life, which is what everyone wants for themselves and family members. Thank you for the opportunity to make sure my concerns, and thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Leonard Stevens.
Good morning, Chairwoman
Morning.
Lewis. My name is Leonard Stevens, and I'm a 36-year-old resident of Ward 5, and I'm an executive member of Project Action. In addition, I consult as a trainer, and I also work with Project Action as an advisor and large member. So the work and budget of DDS is very important to me because I need support at home independently and be a part of community activities and go to work as well. And I appreciate DDS helps each person they support to get the services they need to be successful. Because just recently, I was denied a Social Security disability income. Although I had the results, I had I was denied possible employment and receiving independence for myself. And even in the current climate we're experiencing right now, I'm not here representing Project Action, but more importantly than that, I'm representing myself regarding this issue. Now, granted, the advocacy from this group is doing a yeoman's job with the crisis, but looking at this, it seems like it's not enough. And there are adequate resources considering what's going to happen in the future, what's going to happen to me in the future. So it's uncertain that several individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities may not receive anything. So we are here today to be more proactive on what is best for them. So moreover than that, I'm here to explain about how it's arduous to impossible to get disability income to a point that individuals, including myself, may not be getting anything at all. So I appreciate you taking this time and the opportunity to explain my concerns in a brief manner. Any questions?
Thank you. Okay, next we'll have Nita Misra, Family Voices of DC, Public Witnesses.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to come here and speak before you, Madam Chairperson, and Mr. Weinman. Thank you. My name is Nita Misra. I am a South Asian woman in my mid-50s. I'm permanently disabled. My disability is a cognitive disability. In March 2020, I contracted early COVID and was hospitalized and suffered permanent brain damage. So I'm a newcomer to the disability community, and I'm learning about how to survive, thrive, and advocate. My child and I are both victims of domestic violence and child trafficking, so we are survivors and advocates. We're just new to this community, and I'm excited, to grow and learn. I'm here today to talk about our struggles with housing. Before I get into that, I want to say that I want to say the good part. I want to say that I've been working with two amazing caseworkers at DDS who've really been a lifeline to me, above and beyond anything I would need, much more than just employment. They give me psychosocial support. They try and give me references. They try and give me advice when I need it. So I want to commend the department for the services I have received. I receive SSI, which is $960 a month. My rent is $1,350. And this is my big struggle. I want to focus on my health. I want to get employment, but every day for me is a battle with housing. Through my DHS worker, I have gone to every single door. There isn't a door I haven't knocked on. There isn't an email I haven't sent. There isn't an agency I haven't reached out to. I don't qualify for anything. Last year, I was told ERAP is the only way for you to access that differential between what you get in SSI. And I'm not talking about my living expenses. I'm just talking about making my rent, staying housed. This year, ERAP was closed. So people like me who are permanently disabled on SSI, that small lifeline that we had is now closed. And I'm in an invidious position. I don't know what to do. So I'm here today to ask for help, to ask for suggestions. I've been told that I need to go into a homeless shelter to get housing support. But with my disability, that my doctors have highly recommended I not do that because I would not survive losing my space, all the aids that I need to survive through my day, the setup. In spite of that, the only solution seems to be to go into a housing shelter. So we struggle, we're holding on to housing that can only be described as a nightmare. As victims of child trafficking, we've been placed opposite a convicted child molester who attacks me and my child. When I complain to my landlord, and this is something I've learned, never tell people you're disabled. It never works in your favor. We have become victims. If we call the police, we're not allowed to call the police or we'll be evicted. So disability impacts on your housing in many different ways. Access to housing is just one aspect of it. The way people treat you as the weakest link when they find out you're disabled is that, I'm sharing this as an experience to say we face multiple headwinds. So even as we're trying to say housed, even our current housing is really traumatic. And I want to see how we can find a solution for myself and for other people like us. I feel like we've fallen through the cracks, and I don't know how we can come up and find a way to advocate for me, my child, for other people like me who are struggling to stay housed. I think the system of putting disabled people into homeless shelters, it doesn't quite work in the way it would for somebody who doesn't have a disability. We do have special needs, and I want to see if there's some way to engage with you to find other pathways to accessing housing other than going into homeless shelter. I'm going to stop there and say, aside from all of that, I want to reiterate Ms. Kasha Long, Katie Newman, who have really held my hand through this process, even though their job is not housing, even though their job is not helping me file anti-stalking orders, even though their job is not advising me on the police. They've gone the extra mile. So I appreciate what DDS does. And it's in that spirit that I've come here today. And of course, I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Thornton, you mentioned you and others are able to go on outings as part of Project Action. Can you share some of the places you've gone, and is there anywhere you'd like to go but haven't yet?
Well, we went to we went to, oh, help me out here. Oh, my partner's name. No, we went to New Orleans.
Oh.
For a tax conference.
Okay.
And that's someplace I'd never been, so we had a chance to see what that was like.
Wonderful.
And lots of advocacy groups come together and bring their ideas. It was always good to hear the district, because the district comes and we stand up and talk proud about the success we have had and how we've overcome things. So we had like 3 advisors that worked with our group, and amazing people, just amazing.
Great.
Keep us on track.
Yeah. Is there any other conferences you'd like to go to?
Well, I would
yet.
I would love to go to, well, there's a national one I'd like to go to, but I'm not there yet.
Okay.
You have to be on the president's committee to go to that. So.
Okay. All right. You're working your way there.
I'm working my way there.
All right. I wanted to ask you, Miss Nita, thank you. I'm gonna connect you with Councilmember Robert White team. He chairs the Committee on Housing here at the council. And we will work with his office to see if we can find other options besides going into a shelter. I would like to not see that happen, and I agree with you. Panel-wide, I think the need for housing that is both affordable and accessible was a common theme among all your testimonies, and that need is further evidenced by how much of the Olmsted Plan focuses on housing. If there is one change you'd like to see in housing, what would it be, starting with you, Ms. Shelby? Oh, thank you.
One thing I would like to have is more help with the process, especially with the voucher program, because everything goes smooth until you get to the part where they have to inspect, and that can take up 3 to 4 months sometimes.
Okay. Okay. Anybody online want to weigh in? The question was regarding sort of the reoccurring theme around housing. And if there was something you wanted to change, you'd like to see in housing, what would it be?
Accessible. I would love to see it be more accessible. We have some houses, but a lot of them are not accessible. And one's kind of like stick with the ADA's, American Disability Act. A lot of, like I said, not like that. So that's one thing. And the other thing is affordable housing. Many people who wants to still own their own home probably won't be able to own it if it's not affordable. So
yeah, awesome. All right. Thank you. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Mr. Kennedy.
For the housing, I had, like I said, after I fell, my program helped me to get the holder stuff in the bathroom, and I'm supposed to get a chair though, where I'm supposed not to fall. And also, is a mat on in the bathroom, making sure I don't slip and fall and all that stuff. Also, my brother came and fixed the roof and fixed that. The people I work with had helped me to get a couple of things in the house. That's why I said DDS. Oh man, you don't know how DDS really helped me at that time when I really had this accident. But it's a lot. I'm grateful for where I am here today. All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to this panel of witnesses for your service and your advocacy to the district, and I look forward to continuing to work with you all and to celebrate this month. Yes, thanks. We are going to move to our next panel. Jimmy Lethbridge, Deputy Director of Programs Quality Trust. Sierra Barnardo, Quality Trust. Andres Meza, Samael, and Haj Jala, President, Health and Joy Services. Great. Good afternoon. We will start with Jimmy Lethbridge.
Good morning, Council Chair Lewis George. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Jimmy Lethbridge. I'm the Deputy Director of Programs for the Quality Trust. We gathered today at a moment of significant concern for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. While we've seen slight improvement, providers in DC seem to have struggled to retain qualified, well-trained staff. Our monitoring last year did not give us confidence of their ability to ensure basic health care for too many people receiving services. As we all know, for many years, tight budgets have been a concern, but thanks to the work of yourself, members of the council, and also the mayor, DDS has not faced harmful cuts to date. The current environment is much more challenging, and we hope the new presidential administration will not significantly alter the federal government's match for programs funded through Medicaid, like the home and community-based waiver. Partly because of these two factors, the use of technology that reduces reliance on provider-based direct support professionals expanding in many states. Assistive technologies such as smart home technologies, mobile enhancements, augmentative communication software, remote monitoring, and telehealth, to name just a few, are changing the nature of how services and supports will be provided in the future. DDS has made a commitment to increasing the integration of technology to assist people with disabilities. According to Director Reese, The Disability Tech Summit is a part of the district's Technology First initiative, which seeks to expand and diversify the use of tech by people with disabilities to promote their ability to live as independently as possible at home and in the community. They have also let us know that they partnered for the first Employment First Summit. And we also support them in their efforts to make sure that all people can have a meaningful job that pays a competitive wage. Approximately 900 people live outside of their family home through a service called supported living, which is typically two people sharing a home 24-hour support. Too often when we meet people living outside their family home, there are concerns with the healthcare documentation or the actual care they are receiving. Many times we find deficiencies with the documentation, the coordination, and the communication in their care. For instance, we followed up on 82 incidents involving unplanned hospitalizations, and we found that 65% of those people experienced multiple admissions, with 39% repeatedly hospitalized for the same health condition. These findings underscore the critical need for consistent, targeted interventions to prevent recurring health crises and highlight the need for effective documentation, communication, and coordination between nursing and non-nursing staff. We noticed that DDS shares our concern, and for next year is highlighting one of their areas of emphasis will be to offer training opportunities for provider networks to support direct support and nursing staff on care management and oversight of common health conditions. Finally, the number of unplanned hospitalizations has been a point of emphasis for Quality Trust for years. There are typically anywhere between 380 and 415 such incidents each year. One response DDS has employed to address this issue is to make Station MD a telehealth option available to providers. The goal is to make immediate remote access to medical professionals as easy as logging onto a computer. The initiative began approximately 18 months ago. As we noted in our report, despite Station MD, the number of unplanned hospitalizations did not significantly decrease. DDS has shared with us that only a few providers are participating, but those providers seem to be having promising results. We hope that more providers will prioritize the use of Station MD so we can determine if it could reduce unplanned hospitalizations. We appreciate all the help that you and everyone on the council has engaged in to help people with disabilities, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. You may begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Sierra Barnado and I use she, her pronouns. I have 2 jobs in 2 different systems in the sanctuary city. Let me start my testimony with a question. Is this a sanctuary if you are a person with disabilities and do not speak English? Full-time, I work with Smile and am the program manager of Rapid Rehousing in the Latinx Street Outreach Program. I have worked with unhoused people in the district for almost 10 years as a street outreach worker and have been heavily involved in city-funded resource navigation and advocacy. When I started 10 years ago, I quickly saw the drastic and gross difference in access to district-funded social services and programs simply for those who speak English and those who do not. People who do not speak English are denied the right to services in their own language every day, and it has been this way for as long as I have worked in this system. This happens on the shelter hotline, at city-funded shelters, outreach programs, drop-in centers, housing programs, DMV, Economic Security Administration sites, and I recently learned are not a priority at DDS. I have been working at Quality Trust under a MOLA grant part-time for just 10 hours a week for almost 2 months now. Upon my start at Quality Trust, I was given a list of about 25 mixed status families, meaning that parents who are undocumented have children that are born in this country. Some of the folks with intellectual disabilities that I've had the privilege to work with speak English, but all of the parents on the list spoke only Spanish, and very few parents were actually able to read and write in their native language. Upon my start and going down the list of families that had been connected to DDS in the past, many at the baseline were experiencing food insecurity because of not even being able to recertify, because of not even being able to recertify their SNAP benefits, even if they were eligible for such. The drastic difference of having access to a bilingual advocate was the difference of some of these families not having to choose between paying for medicine, food, and keeping the lights on. Sadly, the vast majority of these families did not even have health insurance, or again, missed deadlines and were faced with barriers with recertifying their DC Alliance. Family health is the whole. How can we consciously have a whole family and not explore if all members even have access to healthcare and in-home care that they qualify for? I am working with one individual with undocumented parents. He has both intellectual and physical disabilities and has been connected to RSA for over 2 years. He and his mother reported that the case manager that he has at RSA seems blunt and hard to understand, and they feel like they are bothering him when reaching out. After time, as the mother works over 12 hours a day and has another son with disabilities, all while not qualifying for SNAP benefits herself because she only has a work permit, stopped following up with RSA because a much needed service seemed almost impossible to obtain. Why, 3 weeks after I met this individual, is he now connected to a paid program at DOES? Being culturally and linguistically competent are two very different things. I am asking DDS to ensure that they are at least using the language line at the front door to ensure that undocumented and Spanish-speaking individuals with disabilities are not given more, but the same access to services without so much red tape as undocumented and Spanish-speaking people right now more than ever are constantly being attacked while simultaneously being the backbone of this city. A large portion of my work over the years has made me the go-to person for knowledge around supporting undocumented people who are experiencing homelessness. This is a special population that the ICH and DHS need to plan around, as Spanish is the second most language in DC. As I now closely work with individuals with disabilities, I am asking that DDS do the same and plan around this special population. It is evident that many of the families that I have reached were once connected to DES had become disconnected, frankly, because of language barriers and being unwelcomed and the lack of inclusivity. Linguistically competent services are not always culturally competent services. City-funded entities have to know that the case management and benefit navigation are two wildly different processes for people who are undocumented and those who have a Social Security card, which is required for most things in our sanctuary city. Let me paint a final picture for you all. It is 2019. A young person was dropped off in front of a church who was nonverbal, couldn't read or write, and was deaf and never had any access to any formal education or sign language education. He had no vital documents with him. This person was later found to be undocumented with the help of CFSA, and they were able to find out at least his name and age. I came across this individual and immediately brought him to LAYC and assisted him in becoming housed in the youth system fairly quickly, like so many of the other cases that I worked at the time. Like mentioned above, the warm handoff from outreach worker to provider, much like community advocates to DDS, is never warm when there is no cultural and linguistic competence that is being measured by funders. Fast forward to 2024, and this person was 29 in a youth housing program that usually halts at 24. His housing case manager reached out to me, program manager of a bilingual street outreach team, to assist with the case. I was appalled to find out that this individual, after years of being in a DHS-funded housing program, still had no vital documents, no DCID, no health insurance, and had not even been connected to DDS. The biggest injustice was that this person slipped through the cracks and all the time in the program had not even been connected to Gallaudet, as I was previously advocating for before he moved into his housing program and I turned over the case. This is a real life story that almost seems unbelievable, and I want to thank Allison White and her team for assisting me in the right direction about a year ago before I was even directly connected to the disability community professionally, although this person was no longer on my caseload. He was finally able to be assessed by DDS after almost 5 years of touching district-funded sites. He is now in PSH and moved into his housing in January. It is a lot to bear knowing that I had to directly become involved with this individual again for things to progress for him, which was outside of my job duties as he was in a separate DHS-funded housing program. This will not be the last person that will be failed until DDS makes measurable effort to make sure that undocumented and Spanish-speaking people with disabilities have proper access to DDS and its services. In closing, we need to stop re-traumatizing our Spanish-speaking and undocumented constituents with disabilities. And again, I am asking that DDS Specifically explore what the difference between culturally and linguistically competent services look like. I, like many other Spanish-speaking service providers, feel spread thin because of constantly seeing people that we love and dedicate our lives to constantly being deprived of dire services, especially when by law and contract, language and national origin are protected classes in DC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Andres Meza.
Good evening. My name is Andres Mesa. I am a bilingual street outreach specialist with SMILE, and I serve individuals experiencing homelessness, specializing in LGBTQ+ and migrant communities. Outreach serves as a tool for us to work with individuals who are not aware of the city resources they could access, and to reach those who don't utilize shelter. Through my work, I am a constant witness to the gaps and failures of our system. Are community resources accessible for all? As I work with individuals living with disabilities, experiencing or at risk to homelessness, one of the common themes I come across is a lack of renewal in public benefits. Source specialists are individuals who we utilize by social services in assistance to apply or renew Social Security benefits. In this sanctuary city, I have yet to come across a source specialist who speaks Spanish. I see lower rates of renewal and lower rates of individuals with recognized disabilities not knowing how to access services at DDS when English is not their primary language. Those who do attempt to access services are regularly met with lower standards of care when their parents or legal guardians do not speak the same language we do. When it comes to transitional housing, for individuals 18 to 24, I recall a youth CAP meeting that had occurred just about a month ago, where all resource providers in the city who are DHS funded could not think of one transitional home that has an elevator or ADA accessible unit. This extends to emergency 90-day programs that are also DHS funded not having accessible accommodations. This is a symptom to the larger diagnosis that we need more housing options for those living with disabilities for both the youth and adult homeless system. At shelters and day centers, I do not see accessible services when individuals with hidden disabilities like intellectual disabilities or substance use disorder are regularly neglected services and labeled as difficult to work with. There is no safe haven in the city, in shelters or day centers for individuals who are living with disabilities. As an outreach worker, I have collaborated with many services and outreach efforts in this city, and it is clear that individuals do not know what outreach means when we skip over the most vulnerable. I can think of individuals right now outside in this cold because they fear accessing services due to their disability. What is the quality of life for someone with a disability who is undocumented and experiencing homelessness? Do we discount someone's disability because of their immigration status? That is what it feels like for the countless district residents who have limited access to DDS or public benefits because they don't hold a Social Security. If you have been to Columbia Heights or Mount Pleasant, you see the impact of leaving behind our residents. You see increased rates of substance use disorder, intellectual and physical disabilities leading to direct homelessness, and it is disheartening that we all have normalized leaving behind vulnerable populations struggling to survive. Homelessness in this city is directly correlated to how we serve individuals with disabilities. We need a more inclusive system meant to serve all residents despite their level of need or language difference. We need more accountability that social services are truly serving the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Don't forget to press that button for me. Thank you.
My name is Hodge. I'm part of the provider agencies within Department of Disability Services. And my job here today is to advocate for the budget and also to make sure that, you know, we communicate exactly what we do. Everything that was shared here today is what we do as a provider. And our responsibility is to make sure people are living their best lives. And we've been doing this as a provider, but also not just health and joy services, also other providers doing this in a way to make sure that people are living their best lives with quality and person-centered. And today, actually, I opened up my Bible app and I saw a scripture that says, Luke 16:10, whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. And whoever is dishonest with very little also can be dishonest with much. What that speaks to me is that what we are asking for is to make sure that we have enough to be able to meet the needs of people and to be able to make sure that they're living the best lives, everything that people are advocating for today, but also things that were shared here today. And regardless of what level of support people are providing in regards to meeting the needs of the people that's in their agencies, we have to be able to receive what we feel like is that we're able to be able to help the people that are seeking help. We've been doing this since, as far as like the providers, making sure that we're making sure that we're meeting the support of people and everything that they're asking for, even through the pandemic, and we're still recovering from that. When it comes to turnovers, when it comes to staffing, when it comes to even vacancies, and all the things that create issues within the services that we provide. And to this day, we're still trying to recover from that by making sure that DDS have what they need will help us as providers to be able to meet the needs of not just the people, but also their families. And that includes hiring a bilingual staff, for example, or ASL staff to be able to work with somebody who need that support. And so one of the things that I thought about is ABC, my 3 points, right? Questions to ask ourselves when we are provided with the right supports and resources. A, is it affectionate? Are we making sure that the services that we providing is affectionate, and the people who are receiving them, can they experience that affection? And then also, is it a beautiful work that we're doing? Yes. If you as a provider doing something that you feel like is beautiful for the community, but also the person that's receiving it can see it as, okay, I'm receiving something that I'm attracted to and I want more of it, then that's something we should continue. And C, is it caring? And I believe that as providers, we are caring for what we do, and not just for the people we support, but also the staff and the family members that we work with in our community. And for the rest of my time, I would like to leave it right here for Ian, who's going after me next, so he can have enough information to provide. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Lethbridge, I thank you for your testimony. I have questions for DDS about hospitalizations as well as serious reportable incidents. Is there anything you want to make sure we get put on the record regarding hospitalizations or serious reportable incidents?
Above what I said, no. The investigations of incidents are very sound. I think we want to get at why this is an incident that happens so frequently.
Right.
And, I think Station MD might be a way to at least let us know if that approach, something of that nature. I will caution, there were a couple times when it was used where we did have some concerns because it involved a medical professional asking a direct support professional to make certain judgments that may or may not have been easy for them to make. So I think that's something that would need to be also built into that. But we need to see more of it so we can make a better decision. It's anecdotal at this point.
Yeah, understood. Thank you for that. Sierra, thank you for bringing the intersection of immigration status and disability into today's discussion. From your testimony, it sounds to me you want DDS to sort of increase use of language access line, have more people with bilingual language skills within the office who are doing direct service, also increase training and cultural competency, and just general care and empathy would go a long way. Is that sort of where you want to, what you want to see from the agency?
Correct. I think it's really important, like we throw out cultural competency, but to know how to get a DCID, that's super important. And that's a vastly different process for someone who is documented and someone who is undocumented, someone who has DACA. There's different vital documents, getting passports from different countries, translating and certifying birth certificates. So it's a whole specialty, that I've learned over the past 10 years. But a lot of city-funded things like DHS, DDS, and other things are funding programs that are not equipped to serve everyone.
Got it.
So just really, because even to qualify for DDS, you'd have to prove that you're a DC resident.
Got it. So your ask is one to sort of have some of that expertise in-house,
Yes.
but also to remove some of the barriers that prevent individuals from being able to access those programs.
Yes, correct.
Got you. Understood.
Thank you.
Andres, I also want to connect you with Councilmember Fruman, Matt Fruman's team, as he chairs the Committee on Human Services. I think we can work together to see how DHS and other service provider agencies can better serve sort of undocumented people with disabilities. And I think that's a conversation we should have with Councilmember Fruman and his team as well. And thank you to Health and Joy Services for all the work you all do. And I understood as we go into this budget season, what you're saying is you need the resources to be able to do the work and give people the life they deserve. Understood. So thank you to this panel of witnesses. We will now move to our final panel of witnesses. Ian Perigal, Executive Director of the DC Coalition of Disability Service Providers. Sandy Bernstein, Legal Director, Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. And Robin Schaefert, faculty member, Georgetown University, Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities. Another familiar group of panelists, so good to see you and thank you for being here.
Very good. All right, you ready for me to go?
Ian, I'm ready for you, although I wanted to see you in person, Ian.
I know, I would have liked to have been there, but my wife had surgery and I had to be home, so.
Understood. Good to see you.
I appreciate it.
You may begin.
Thanks. Well, it's good to see you again, Madam Chair. I'm Ian Perigal, and I serve as the Exec Director of the DC Coalition of Disability Service Providers. The DC Coalition currently represents over 50 provider agencies supporting over 2,500 persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities and employing over 5,500 staff providing home and community-based and ICF supports. On behalf of the provider agencies and those whom we support, we want to recognize the leadership of Director Reese. Director Reese and the DDS leadership team are readily available to the Provider Coalition for focused bi-monthly discussions that have resulted in valuable consensus-driven changes and clarifications designed to improve outcomes for persons supported in the districts. Key initiatives that we've jointly addressed are reducing the number of vacancies within the residential program, so choice and process is appropriately considered while assuring that the district's resources are properly utilized. Expanding utilization technology to advance health supports designed to reduce costs of district through Station D. You heard some of that before. Developing continuing education options for persons designated as QIDPs, and that's just to name a few. At the end of the day, we appreciate Director Reese and his team's work as we reach our shared objective in enhancing the lives of DC residents who receive both DD waiver and ICF supports. And to that end, there's really only one matter of consequence that we want to present at today's hearing. We are acutely aware of the potential devastation that would occur if the district's federal medical assistance percentage, known as the FMAP, were to be reduced from 70% to 50% as proposed by the federal officials. As detailed in my written testimony, and it's quite lengthy, this potential funding reduction appears with line item specificity on a list of potential fiscal savings targets in preparation for the upcoming budget reconciliation. From the coalition's perspective, nothing is more important than considering the options available in addressing a change in the DC FMAP. And to that end, without due consideration of the operational consequences of a decrease in DD funding or a modification of eligibility for those receiving residential or ICF supports in particular, beneficiaries will be forced into more congregant settings like institutions, which the district eliminated as a service option decades ago, or even more costly nursing home options. DC's former institution, Forest Haven, was closed in 1991 as a result of litigation, and DC was charged with developing a quality support services delivery system for residents with IDD. The culmination of that litigation, the development of comprehensive IDD service system in the district, served as a remedy for the deficiencies of Forest Haven. We would hate to even contemplate that a return to Evans-like settings would be the district solution to reduced federal funding. And we doubt that's the process. But what other choices are there? Well, rather than planning for a reallocation of general government resources from the entire DC budget to offset the loss of federal funding, listening to the testimony from the Deputy Mayor Turnage, at the DHCF performance hearing on the 20th of February, it appears that the district may seek to reduce funding rates to health and human service provider community, just that community, as one of the ways to cover the potential federal loss. Staffing vacancies continue to result in operational losses for DD providers. And to suggest a reduction in the provider rates as a means to offset the federal shortfall is just an unworkable solution, because DD providers will simply cease to be able to remain open. And as a basis for this determination, we rely on the district's recently completed full-scale 2024 rate study. This 93-page study is detailed in my written testimony, but it concluded that in 2025, based on the budgeting, for 23 of 26 of the different types of DD waiver services within the district, present levels of funding were either appropriate or underfunded, with wholly inadequate shortfalls ranging between 5 and 35% for 6 service types. With fresh data-driven calculations in hand, the district cannot legitimately suggest that a reduction in DD provider rates would successfully address the potential federal shortfall. So that's not an option. And we can't eliminate DD waiver service options. In December 2016, Mayor Bowser stated, quote, "The Evans case order confirms the significant strides our government has made in developing a high-quality support service delivery system for DC residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities." Further quoting Mayor Bowser, "My administration will continue to press forward with a bold agenda that improves the lives of every district resident and ensures those with developmental disabilities are not left behind," end quote. Many of the service options that have been developed by DDS are a direct result of the Evans litigation. It would not just be a step backwards, but a step that runs contrary to 40 years of litigation in DC to do otherwise. We cannot have supports for our most vulnerable residents scuttled when the district has made so many strides in establishing a proper repertoire of options designed to offer people with IDD every opportunity to live quality lives. So that leaves us with one option. If Congress does reduce the federal share, and that's the word that we hear for DC, the DC coalition suggests that funding must come from the other silos within the entirety of the district's governmental units in order to assist in the continuation of these essential services for the city's most vulnerable. Medicaid services, whether for our poor or our children or our aging or are developmentally disabled, is a shared responsibility. And to consider those cohorts as one disadvantaged silo that must bear the full cost of federal action and suffer the impact of a change in the DC FMAT is unimaginable. We've heard the phrase shared sacrifice. We've heard it before. However, that sharing needs to extend beyond the health and human services cluster. And to that end, we trust that Director Reese will continue to advocate for choice, for proper funding, and the maintenance of DC's DD waiver and ICF programs so that individuals with IDD do not become the real victims of a federal attack on the DC FMAT. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to be heard and will welcome any questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities. My name is Sandy Bernstein, and I'm the Legal Director at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. I'm a middle-aged white woman with brown hair, wearing glasses and a black shirt and a checkered blazer. DRDC has advocated for years for DC residents with intellectual disabilities who are incarcerated in BOP facilities and in the DC jail and in need of community-based services and supports from DDA upon release. Being found eligible for DDA services can make a difference for prosecutors and the court when deciding on whether someone can be released, placed on parole or probation, released from federal civil commitment, or possibly not even sentenced to incarceration because necessary supports are in place to keep the community and the person safe. DDS has instituted a new policy in which they will not allow DC residents to apply for DDA services unless they have a release date. This policy creates an impossibility in catch-22 for people facing incarceration. The government and court will not agree to a release date unless a robust release plan is in place with community-based supports, and DDA will not accept applications without a release date. One of DRDC's clients' experience illustrates how the system should and did work. DRDC represented a DC resident who was incarcerated in a BOP facility. The BOP itself actually initially applied for DDA services for this DC resident who had an intellectual disability, as it recognized he could be safely released with intensive community-based services in place. After an initial denial, DDA did find the DC resident eligible for services. As a result of his eligibility and a description of the services that would be in place upon his release, the U.S. Attorney's Office and the court agreed he could be released from prison. That person is now back in DC, is competitively employed, has reconnected with family, and is giving back to his community. If DDA's new policy was in place and he could not apply for DDA services without a release date, the U.S. Attorney and the court would not have agreed to his release, and he would still be in prison. DRDC learned of this new policy when we submitted a DDA application in September 2024 for a DC resident with an intellectual disability who was incarcerated in a BOP facility. DDA refused to accept his application unless he had a release date, which he did not, as the government would not agree to release him without a robust discharge plan. This DC resident was released in early February 2025, but placed in a re-entry facility. Unfortunately, he was only at the re-entry facility for a few days as he was kicked out due to a medical condition. Sadly, this man died on February 19th, less than 2 weeks from the date that he was released after being in prison for 40 years. He had no Medicaid in place and no one was helping him get access to medical care or benefits. Had DDA processed his application in September, he likely would have had access to services and medical he needed when he was released. DDS's stated reason for no longer accepting applications for people who are incarcerated, applications they've accepted for years, is that these individuals are not Medicaid eligible and are otherwise unavailable for services. It is accurate that Medicaid eligibility is necessary to receive Medicaid waiver services. However, it is not necessary to determine eligibility for services. That focuses on residency and whether or not there's evidence that the person has an intellectual or developmental disability. More importantly, CMS has made clear that people who are incarcerated are still Medicaid eligible and cannot be denied access to apply for Medicaid. People who are incarcerated have their Medicaid suspended while incarcerated, but they can still be found eligible. DDS's refusal to process applications for people incarcerated violates Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Olmstead Integration Mandate, as it denies people with disabilities access to apply for services that can enable them to be released from an institution. DRDC also stresses the need for DDA to improve its coordination with the Department of Behavioral Health and to improve its understanding of the services DBH provides, and more specifically, do not provide. DRDC has represented clients who are duly diagnosed with a psychiatric disability and an intellectual or developmental disability and have witnessed DDA's lack of understanding of the services DBH provides. DDA routinely directs the person to get their services from DBH, even when the person requires one-to-one, 24-hour supervision in their home and in the community. This is a level of staffing not currently provided by DBH, but it is provided by DDA. Directing the person to seek these services from DBH is a futile task and delays much-needed services to duly diagnosed DC residents. DDA also directs these individuals to seek a housing voucher. While such vouchers do exist, they are very hard to acquire, and it often takes months before the person is placed in a home. DRDC understands that DDA wants DBH to provide more housing options for people with intensive needs. We do also. But until that happens, DDA must have an understanding of DBH's system and services so people with dually diagnoses don't suffer and are at risk of harm while the agencies point fingers as to who should provide the housing and services. The RDC strongly recommends the agencies improve their coordination and understanding and have an employee assigned at each agencies to act as a liaison for DC residents who need services from both DBH and DDA. Thank you for this opportunity to provide this testimony.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Chafford. I'm a white woman in my mid-60s wearing a black blouse, a gray sweater, and a wine-colored skirt. I'm a faculty member at the Georgetown University Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities. And on behalf of the Georgetown Youth, said thank you, Chairperson Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify today. The Georgetown Youth is a federally mandated and funded program of the Administration for Community Living of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The Georgetown Youth thanks DDS for its active engagement with DC residents with disabilities, their family members, and other supporters. The disability community values the information shared and the opportunity to ask questions of DDS's leadership team at DDS's monthly forums, as well as DDS's robust engagement with the community at events throughout the year. 2025, as we've heard, marks the 100th anniversary of the founding of Forest Haven. Described by former council member Vincent Gray as the most dehumanizing thing I had ever seen, the institution was finally closed by court order in 1991, and DC became the second jurisdiction in the country to stop warehousing people with IDD in large institutions. In the decades since, DC has built a community-based system of services and supports, which is funded primarily through Medicaid. As we know, proposals in Congress to slash Medicaid pose a grave threat to this system. In addressing these potential cuts, the Georgetown Youth urges the DC Council and the administration to protect the human rights of people with disabilities to live and work in our communities. People with disabilities are valued members of the district communities, providing countless tangible and intangible benefits to our city. Preserving the community-based system is critical to continued health, well-being, and ability to live in the community. Cuts that would increase the risk of institutionalization of DC residents with disabilities must be avoided. DDS's refusal to consider eligibility for services of people who are incarcerated until they have a release date leads unnecessarily to the continued incarceration of DC residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In its pre-hearing responses, DDS states that it does not collaborate with the DC Department of Corrections to identify individuals who are eligible for services from its Developmental Disability Administration, and that it does not process application for incarcerated people without a specified release date. A small but meaningful number of people supported by DDA are ensnared in the criminal legal system. 8 people were terminated for services in fiscal year 24 because of incarceration, and DDS lists 10 people in fiscal year 23 and 5 in fiscal year 24 as incarcerated. DDS's reluctance to facilitate release from incarceration for people creates a serious injustice, as we have just heard. People with disabilities are disproportionately impacted by the criminal legal system. In a 2016 Department of Justice survey of prison inmates, 38%, or nearly 2 in 5 state and federal prisoners, reported having at least one disability, with 23% of prisoners reporting a cognitive disability and 24% reporting that they had participated in special education classes. Incarceration has a significant, often disproportionate negative impact on people with disabilities. The high levels of stress and violence in carceral settings exacerbate existing disabilities and create new ones. Further, prisons disproportionately segregate people with disabilities and often fail to provide necessary accommodations or assistive devices, causing further harm to incarcerated people with disabilities. The Center for American Progress explains, while behind bars, people with disabilities are often deprived of necessary medical care, as well as needed support services and accommodations. DDS asserts that people who are incarcerated are not Medicaid eligible. While federal Medicaid law prohibits the payment of federal Medicaid matching funds for the cost of most services to people who are incarcerated, people may remain enrolled in Medicaid while incarcerated. States can suspend rather than terminate Medicaid coverage during incarceration. Similarly, examining eligibility and creating a plan for DDA services during incarceration is not barred. Ms. Bernstein and Mr. Saltzman have provided more detail on the specific impact of DC's policies on individuals with disabilities. We urge DDS to revise its practices and facilitate the release of DC residents with disabilities from incarceration. In light of the earlier testimony on the need for cultural and linguistic, the importance of cultural and linguistic competence, I just want to flag that in addition to directing the Georgetown USID, Tawara Good, a professor at Georgetown and the director of our center, is also the director of the Georgetown's National Center for Cultural Competence and a national and internationally recognized expert in the field. And I urge you to think of her and the center as a resource as this issue moves forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll ask you the same question. I'll ask you both the same question. In your professional opinion, is DDS's new change regarding the ability of people who are incarcerated to apply for DDA services a policy choice of the agency or required by law?
I believe that their change is a policy choice. I think that it indicates that they are not working to help people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are incarcerated or facing incarceration. And I believe that it violates both Medicaid law with denying people access to apply for Medicaid services, and also it violates Title II of the ADA as it keeps people in institutions when they could possibly live in the community.
I concur with Ms. Bernstein and with Mr. Saltzman, who made the same statement earlier.
Thank you. I'm concerned as well, and so I'm interested to hear sort of how we arrived at this choice moving forward, and hope that we can reverse course as quickly as possible. I wanted to ask you sort of, I agree with you, the only option for the FMAP reduction is for the budgets of all district agencies to be adjusted, not just those in the human services cluster. Because if we leave it only to agencies that provide services to vulnerable populations, we know it's going to be those vulnerable populations that will suffer the most.
Absolutely.
You know, I guess as we look forward to this budget season, where do we need to where do we as a committee need to make sure that we are, I'm working with Councilmember Henderson, sort of that we can work together and have a plan together. Where should we be finding those nexuses between the health committee and the facilities committee to be able to?
I absolutely get the question. Yeah. So I would think there's going to be a public safety element, right? There should be something there. Certainly kind of emergency services are going to be affected by it. Any reduction in Medicaid, and hospitalization. I mean, it goes beyond obviously the IDD community. It is so far reaching. We looked at our percentage of involvement in this, and it's not as significant as I would have thought in true dollars, but it's still a good chunk of money. I know in my written testimony, there's a rough estimate in there that, the shortfall in, if this were to go forward, the shortfall has about a 4 to 5% effect on the overall budget. And, when you think about that, it doesn't seem quite so painful to think that, the different departments and the different silos could take a little bit of, and I know there's going to be change. I don't think that we're saying, you can't touch anything as the way it stands within the entirety of Medicaid. There's certainly some exposures out there. But on the DD side, what we're talking about is, people's lives and whether or not they're going to have any supports. You can't just kind of parcel this out and say, oh, well, now we're just going to do a little bit of residential, or we're just going to do, we're going to reduce the costs in ICS. We're not going to fund nursing. There's so many elements that with respect to the DD population that it is kind of all or nothing.
Yeah. We cannot return to a pre-Evans system. I mean, I think that's just, clear. I think everyone should be on the same page if we're not all on the same page regarding that. what, do you have any sort of guidance to the agency that you would like to give to the agency sort of as they go into the budget season? And they will have their requests to do what they need to do from the executive end, but is there any advice you would give to them as far as obviously fighting against the cuts, but finding what you've learned in the past to sort of making sure those cuts aren't there?
Well, actually, we are trying to construct kind of a list of the areas that would be the least harm if there is any kind of substantial impact on HHS. You know, in my final words, like I trust that Andrew Reese will advocate. He absolutely is steadfast in this belief that you know, this population needs the support of the community. I trust that he will do the right thing, but I think that there are some efficiencies that are out there perhaps that could be considered. I do think that there'll probably be a fairly significant discussion on Medicaid eligibility generally. You know, the population in the IDD community, there's no income. You know, I don't think that they would be impacted. But the one thing that we know that we can have is, you know, we just had the study. We know that we can't have a reduction in provider rates. They're barely sustainable as it is. They're either flat or underfunded.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I know that the budget's being developed now, right, as we speak. You know,
That's right.
It's probably has, you know, some wet print on it, even.
That's right.
But I'm very hopeful that at the end of the day, the council, the mayor will extend the scope beyond the health and human human services sector, because it would be catastrophic to have them bear the entire cost.
Yeah.
But thank you for the questions.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. We are going to take a 10-minute recess so that everyone can have a break. And then when we come back, we will start and hear from Director Andrew Reese of the Department on Disability Services, who I'm now going to refer to as Andy. Thank you. All right. We are now moving to our Department of Disability Services Government Witness. Joining us today is Andrew Reese, the Director of Department on Disability Services. Thank you, Director Reese, for being here today. Before you begin your testimony, I'm going to administer an oath to you and those agency partners joining you today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, Director. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, staff of the Committee on Facilities. I am Andy Reese, the Director of Department on Disability Services, DDS. And I'm joined today by Winslow Woodland, the Deputy Director for the Developmental Disabilities Administration, and Shasta Brown, the Deputy Director for the Quality Assurance and Performance Management Administration. The mission of DDS is to provide integrated, innovative, high-quality services and supports that enable people with disabilities to lead meaningful and productive lives as vital members of their families, schools, and communities in every neighborhood in the District of Columbia. On behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, I'm pleased to provide testimony today on the accomplishments of DDS in fiscal year 24 and our work in fiscal year 25 to date. The story of fiscal years 24 and 25 is one of ongoing investments to sustain key initiatives and to further build upon DDS's partnerships throughout the district. During the COVID public health emergency, Congress passed the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, the CARES Act, and the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, to provide states with financial assistance to address the impacts of the global health pandemic. For DDS, these acts provided enhanced federal medical assistance percentage, which I'll refer to as FMAP, including CARES Act funding for a 6.2% FMAP enhancement from January 2020 through December 2023, and ARPA funding for a temporary 10 percent point increase in the FMAP from April 2021 through March 2023. The savings from the ARPA enhanced FMAP were to be utilized for Medicaid home and community-based services to implement activities that would enhance, expand, or strengthen the Medicaid HCBS program. The district utilized ARPA funds to stabilize the direct support professional workforce with a DSP wage initiative. DDS invested ARPA funds to add DDA staff to support the expansion of DDA services to people with developmental disabilities, add a housing coordinator position, fund the implementation of participant-directed services in the individual and family support waiver, and to provide training in positive behavioral supports through a behavioral health initiative. DDA also used ARPA funds to invest in telehealth urgent care, a specialized service designed to support adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This initiative improves access to urgent care, reducing unnecessary emergency room visits and preventing hospital admissions. Telehealth services that were implemented with ARPA funding will also now be included in our home and community-based services IDD waiver as a new service to be known as health assessment and coordination. This will cover the associated monthly service fee and sustain this important initiative that's currently supporting over 1,400 people and has allowed approximately 89% of users to be treated in place in fiscal year 24 and 25 to date. In developing the ARPA initiatives, DDA planned for evaluating the effectiveness and sustaining those efforts that showed promise. As we finally move past COVID and the various federal supports that sustained us through this pandemic, DDS has taken steps to ensure sustainability and stability in our service system. DDS continues to invest in partnerships and initiatives focused on advancing employment for people with disabilities. In fiscal year 24 and again in fiscal year 25, DDS was selected for the National Expansion of Employment Opportunities Network Initiative. It's the NEON grant that's administered by the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. This initiative connects government agencies to consulting, capacity building, support, and ongoing mentoring to increase competitive, integrated employment outcomes for people with disabilities. In the second and third year of the initiative, DDS has continued to work with 15 partner agencies to develop and implement training for managers, including hiring managers and ADA coordinators, and to improve outreach, recruitment, application, interviewing, and retention processes for people with disabilities. Additionally, DDS and partner agencies work to establish a district-wide digital clearinghouse of flexible employment strategies, including customized employment, and support services, including assistive and enabling technologies to improve employment outcomes for people with disabilities within the district government, and is working to provide training and technical assistance to support ADA coordinators in each district government agency to help them become resources within their agencies and better ensure retention and success for people with disabilities in DC government positions. DDS partnered with other district agencies to host a number of events promoting employment for people with disabilities. On October 31, 2023, DDS partnered with the Developmental Disabilities Council to host the Employment First Summit at Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library. The summit included a panel discussion about supporting job seekers with disabilities and breakout sessions on customized employment, inclusive workplaces, reasonable accommodations, support for transitioning youth, jobs in the arts, and more. In March of 2024, as part of the Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, DDS launched a social media campaign to encourage people with disabilities to explore employment opportunities with the district government. In addition to advancing employment initiative already discussed, DDS has also continued to invest in the Technology First initiative aimed at embedding technology as a fundamental consideration in supporting people with disabilities. In fiscal year 2024, DDS partnered with the Office of Disability Rights in hosting the second annual Disability Tech Summit at the Washington Convention Center in October 2023. And then in December 2024, DDS again partnered with ODR for the third annual Disability Tech Summit. These events highlighted emerging tech solutions for people with disabilities and promote their ability to live as independently as possible at home, in the community, and at work. DDS is also continuing to invest in residential and housing resources for people with developmental disabilities. DDS has a residential committee comprised of community and government partners collaborating to ensure that people we support have access to affordable, accessible housing. In FY24, this committee supported the DDS Housing Coordinator's development of a housing resource guide for people with disabilities. This guide, which can be found on our website, offers a 10-step process to assist residents with disabilities in preparing for and identifying affordable and accessible housing in the district. The DDS Housing Coordinator also conducts regular workshops to assist participants in navigating these steps and developing personalized housing action plans to secure more independent living placements. Across DDS, teams have been working diligently to meet and in many cases exceed key performance indicators. On the RSA side, entry-level wages for people with disabilities who found work in the district averaged $3.44 per hour above the minimum wage in FY24 and are averaging about $1.94 above the minimum wage for FY25 to date. Nearly 82% of high school students aged 16 to 22 received at least one pre-employment transition service during the school year, surpassing our goal of 75%. We also surpassed our target for the participants who obtained a recognized post-secondary credential after participating in an education or training program during the program year. The Disability Determination Division continued to have a consistently strong performance in FY 2024, clearing over 22,000 cases. For FY 2025, year-to-date, DDD is trending in a positive direction toward meeting its overall workload goal. The mean processing time for cases is 164 days in FY24, and so far in FY25, it has been 139 days. These processing times were shorter than the national mean processing times of 185 days in FY24 and 192 days in FY25. In 24, SSA recognized DDD for multiple awards, including the SSA Regional Commissioner Team Award, the SSA Regional Commissioner Excellence in Service Award, the SSA Regional Commissioner Customer Service Award, and the SSA Associate Commissioner Adjudicator of the Year Award. Together, we have faced significant challenges, celebrated milestones, and remained steadfast in our mission to serve the district. DDD has been able to accomplish all of this despite a continued strict hiring freeze by the Social Security Administration since the beginning of FY24. Despite these dire circumstances, DDD had the highest quality ranking, 96.2%, in the Philadelphia region for FY 2024. At last year's performance hearing, a number of blind vendors spoke about their experiences and concerns regarding the Randolph-Sheppard Vending Facility Program. As follow-up to these concerns, the DDS's Office of General Counsel prepared training for the Blind Vendor Committee on the various due process rights available to vendors, applicants, and trainees. In addition, in March, September, and October 2024, DDS brought in a national subject matter expert on Randolph-Sheppard who provided training and technical assistance for Randolph-Sheppard staff and the Blind Vendor Committee. In addition, DDS provided support for the program manager and 2 vendors to attend a national conference on best practices in the Randolph-Sheppard program. While we're working to address the issues within this program, many challenges do persist, in part because of the significant impact the COVID-19 public health emergency and subsequent shift to more remote work by federal employees had on earnings in our manned facilities on federal property. Fortunately, since 2022, vending and other income has increased significantly. This is in part because of an increase in the number of self-service micro markets in federal and district buildings. Our hope, however, is that as federal government employees return to the office, that we will see significant increases in over-the-counter sales for our Randolph-Sheppard vending facility providers. On the DDA side, we are well outpacing our targets on timelines, conducting level of need assessments, completing individual support plans, and closing investigations. The median number of calendar days to complete the ISP was 38 days in FY25 to date, which is well below the target of 90 days. While DDS is often asked to provide data on average number of days between intake and eligibility, between intake and initial ISP, or between initial ISP and receipt of first services, these averages often don't reflect the dynamic circumstances that bring people to DDS or our person-centered approach to supporting people. In addition to determining eligibility for DDS services, the agency's intake staff also assist applicants with identifying and accessing other services in the community using a no wrong door tool. In planning services, DDS service coordinators also use a tool called the Integrated Support Star that identifies supports that are needed as well as those that already exist in a person's life. This tool is used by DDS to identify personal strengths and assets, technology-based supports, relationship-based supports, and community-based supports, in addition to the eligibility-specific supports. The needs and preferences of people who are applying for DDA services often evolve as community-based supports are explored and accessed, and new information is provided, specifically with regards to contributions to cost of care. Another factor detracting from the usefulness of these averages as an indicator of performance is that not everyone who applies to DDA is looking for immediate services. Some people apply to DDA in anticipation of a future need. For example, people supported through health services for children with special needs often apply to DDA prior to aging out of HSCSN to ensure that there's a smooth transition to adult services. Additionally, some people applying for DDA services have an urgent need for services, and when such needs are identified, the intake, eligibility, and planning process is expedited to the greatest extent possible. As an example, when the DDS Eligibility Determination Unit received an application for a person who was hospitalized after experiencing severe abuse and neglect in their natural home, EDU staff members participated in emergency planning meetings with the hospital treatment team. The person was already clinically ready for discharge, and with DDS's intake's assistance in obtaining the required documentation, the EDU completed their assessment within 24 hours of the receipt of the application. Fortunately, Medicaid waiver eligibility is retroactive to the first day of the month in which the application is received, as occurred in this example when DDS was able to coordinate with the Economic Security Administration to expedite the Medicaid waiver application. The person in this example was discharged from the hospital to a placement with a DDA provider. The time frame from application to eligibility was 3 business days. The time frame from eligibility to placement was 1 business day, and altogether just 4 business days from application to receipt of first service. The speed of this process was aided by the availability of all the required clinical documentation and the responsiveness of the referral source, which facilitated expedited processing of the application. The DDS team is committed to improving personal outcomes, service equity, and satisfaction for the people DDS supports. DDS has been building out a culture of quality with an emphasis on using data and national best practices to inform continuous quality assurance and improvement. By analyzing processes and policies, our team is making strides toward improving efficiency across the agency, which in turn allows us to identify and focus our attention on key factors that drive successful outcomes. Additionally, DDS remains committed to community outreach and engagement across every neighborhood of the District of Columbia. In addition to regular monthly community provider forums, DDS also held a budget forum in April of 2024 to get community and provider input regarding the FY25 budget. In addition, in September, we sought community input to begin early in our development of the FY26 budget. DDS has been present at over 100 job fairs, career events, block parties, resource fairs, festivals, information sessions, and other community events throughout FY24 and FY25 to share information and to listen to the needs of various communities within DC. Our commitments are shared by our provider community and the direct support professionals, or DSPs, who bring resolve, grace, and talent to their critical work. Recognizing and retaining DSPs is vital to our mission and the mission of the Bowser administration. That is why DDS has worked with the Department of Healthcare Finance to sustain the ARPA initiative to provide annual allocations to provider agencies to allow them to maintain an average wage for DSPs of 117.6% of the living wage. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the public witnesses who testified today. At DDS, we don't do anything in a vacuum. On the DDA side, we've convened an HCBS waiver advisory committee of 15 stakeholders to provide feedback on every policy and procedure we issue. On the RSA side, we have a state rehabilitation council and a state independent living council that hold bi-monthly public meetings and work jointly with RSA to support the provision of vocational rehabilitation and independent living services. We have an active employment innovations work group with community partners that meets monthly and a public hearing process that ensures thoughtful and constructive stakeholder engagement. We are fortunate to benefit from the ongoing guidance from the Developmental Disabilities Council, the Family Support Council, and a robust community of self-advocates, family members, legal service providers, and other local and national partners. Performance and oversight is a natural extension of these inclusive, deliberative efforts, and we will follow up on all feedback that we've received today. Chairperson, I would like to thank you and your staff for your dedication to this work. We at DDS see and appreciate your hard work and your commitment to these vulnerable district residents. We look forward to continued collaboration with you. Finally, I want to thank Mayor Bowser. Her dedication to the dignity and independence of people with disabilities will continue to make the district a more equitable and accessible place for all of our district residents. That concludes my testimony. My team and I are happy to address your questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Director. I'm going to hop right in. I want to start off by discussing the impending funding crisis, from expected severe cuts to federal Medicaid funding, which DDS uses to pay for waiver services, among other things. Can you describe DDS's coordination with the Department of Health Finance so far, and what are they saying about how DDS's funding will be impacted?
So we always work closely with Department of Healthcare Finance. It's within their office that the projections are done for our budget needs for the upcoming fiscal year. They use management analysts within DHCF, and we actually coordinate closely with their senior leaders in discussing our planning for the FY26 budget. There's a lot to say about the FY20. We're not at the budget hearing yet. We have not gotten past March 14th, with the date that this continuing resolution ends. We haven't
Yes.
gotten to the budget reconciliation process. So we don't know at the end of the day where all of this will fall out. It is very concerning what we have heard thus far coming out of the Budget Committee in the House within Congress. I will say that what came out of the House and what came out of the Senate were very different.
Okay.
The Budget Committee recommendations included actually 3 separate recommendations regarding FMAP. One of them specifically referencing the district, the district currently has an FMAP. The federal Medicaid match is determined by a formula, and that formula currently is between 50, the federal government pays between 50 and 83% based on how the formula is applied. In 1998, Congress passed a law that established the district's FMAP at 70%. Prior to that, when the formula was applied, the FMAP in DC was 50%. And so the concern is that there is a specific provision in the being bantied about on the House side that would remove that part of the statute that allows for a 70% FMAP for the district. We spoke about this actually Friday at our community forum. If that were to, now that's just part of it, I'll say. There are 2 other parts of FMAP that they're looking at. One that would affect the whole district, would affect the whole country, is there's a proposal to the Affordable Care Act for states that expanded Medicaid, allowed for a 90% FMAP for a certain number of years following adoption of the expanded Medicaid population. And there's a proposal to immediately take that increase away, which will significantly impact a number of states. And then lastly, there is a proposal that would reduce the minimum FMAP that's paid to states to something below 50%. So at first were concerned about the 20% hit, and now we're hearing it could be 25 or 30%. If you apply this to our services in fiscal year 2024, overall IDD, our comprehensive waiver expenditures in FY24, federal and local combined, were about $340 million. Our local share of that was just over $100 million. That was the 30% match. If we had to make a 50% match on $340 million, we would have needed an additional $70 million. The other possibility is, if you look at it, that our $100 million is enough with a 50% match to only cover about a little over $200 million in services if we were to keep the same level of funding in the district, which would result in about a 40% reduction in the services we could provide. Just our residential services, not looking at what we pay for residential supports, just our services for people supported in residential habilitation, supported living, and host home accounts for 67% of those expenditures. So if we were to eliminate every other support we have, day supports, behavioral supports, every other support, we still wouldn't be down to the level that this would require. When we spoke on Friday at our community forum, the most that I could offer at that time was this would be a fundamental change in our service system, and we would have to work together to figure out what that means. With that said, the mayor's office leads the district efforts in advocacy on Capitol Hill with the White House. We have heard, not through the mayor's office, we have heard through one of our national organizations, take this for what it's worth, the Speaker of the House has said that FMAP reductions are off the table. It would impact a number of states. So, there are other proposals to reduce that. He did not say an $880 billion reduction to Medicaid is off the table. He said getting there through FMAP is off the table. There are other devastating things that they could do to reach that level. With all of that said, absolutely, we are working very closely with Director Turnage, Deputy Mayor Turnage, his staff. We always work closely with them in developing our waiver budget. So as we begin our analysis to try and figure out what this would mean, and continue to watch the outcome on the federal level to see what we have to respond to.
Yeah.
And not to preview budget hearing too much, FY26 was hard before all of this came about.
Exactly. That's the truth, right? That's right. So I appreciate all of the detailed information, your transparency on the situation, your agency and the district government that we're going to be facing soon. I think this is something that DDS, the mayor and the council, we need to be 100% on the same page. And I want to make clear sort of no matter how much federal funding the district loses, we will not share this sacrifice among people with disabilities, whether or not they are supported by DDA. I think earlier we were reminded that this is 2025 marks the 100th anniversary of the founding of Forest Haven. And I don't think, I honestly, we spent a lot of money on a lot of things in this budget. I know that, yes. And I just, based on that, I feel like I don't care how much we must pay in local dollars. The District of Columbia cannot go back to the immoral model of institutionalization. It's just, the district was a national leader in developing community-based system of services and boards, and we must, again, lead in preserving a humane and healthy community model, while the rest of the country is also subject to the decimation of Medicaid. And Director, I know you agree with me because you and your agency have done tremendous work in deinstitutionalizing the district's disability service system. And so, I guess if there is a question is, can you go to the mayor with this message? There should be nothing in the fiscal year 26 budget or budget support act that moves the district in any way away from our community-based system towards institutionalization or even aggregation of people with disabilities.
Oh, absolutely. In part because as it exists now, one of the requirements of a waiver program is budget neutrality, which means that community-based services for a person have to be less expensive than the institutional alternative. So moving people into institutions would not address the budget problem here.
Great.
Removing services from them is what
will, yeah.
right. And we don't want to see that either.
Yeah. So I really appreciate that. And I always tell my agencies, they got to fight hard for every dollar they know they need. And I know you will. And this year, Director, your fight for your agency is perhaps more important and difficult than ever before. So we will work together. I will be pressing on my end. You will do your part on your end to sort of maintain our community-based system and make sure that the sacrificing is not only the district's most vulnerable residents. With that, let's go to staffing and training. In DDS's organizational chart, the Deputy Director of RSA is a position listed as vacant. Is this still the case? And if so, what stage in the process are we?
It is still the case. We are still in the process of interviewing some very qualified candidates. I am actually, prior to taking this role, I was the Deputy Director for RSA. So I have stepped back into that in addition to this. And so I'm very motivated to fill in that position as quickly as possible. However, I want to ensure that we fill it with a VR professional, a person who has a background in vocational rehabilitation. I did not. When I took the position, I had experience as the attorney representing a VR agency, but not direct experience in VR. I think it's very important that we have someone with experience operating all the programming, vocational rehabilitation, independent living, Randolph-Shepherd, that understands all aspects of that service provision. So while it is taking longer than I would have liked, I think it's essential that we not compromise on the standards that I've established for the person that we will select to take on that role.
All right. I appreciate that you are taking your time and being thorough in this search, and please keep us updated. During public witness testimony, we heard about a desire to have more front door language access. Does DDS use Language Line or another provider for language access?
We use the language access line when necessary. That testimony was quite frankly baffling to me. We have 10 staff who are Spanish speakers specifically. We have an Amharic speaking staff person, an Igbo speaking staff person, I believe. And of the 10 staff, 9 are native Spanish speakers. They're not, well, I guess there's 11 staff. They don't speak Spanish as a second language, as the director of the agency does. But they speak it as their primary language. And so that also, and they are from, I'm not remembering all the countries here, so I'll, if they're watching, apologize to the people I've skipped, but I know Chile, Colombia, El Salvador. So we have people from various different countries. Our front door is actually, one of our receptionists, one of the qualifications that we sought in hiring, we have 2 receptionists at the front door. One is a native Spanish speaker. So we do have the language line for when it's necessary, but we have Spanish speakers in both DDA and RSA, primarily native Spanish speakers.
Got it. Okay. Well, I guess in light of the testimony we heard, maybe we can improve, I guess, communicating what is available to individuals and look at sort of particularly at the front door to see what improvements can be made there. We also heard about the insufficient, I guess, cultural and linguistic competency. Do you, based on the testimony today, do you see sort of areas to improve or expand that training?
I have 2 answers. My immediate answer is no, in that, as I said, we take our time when we're assigning cases. If a person has a language need, we assign them to the extent we can to someone that is a native speaker of that language. So generally that addresses the cultural issue. With that said, you know, from Chile to El Salvador, you could have some cultural differences still. I will also say that it was identified as an issue in our comprehensive statewide needs assessment that was completed in 2023. Unfortunately, it was just identified. They didn't indicate. I always like to get behind when someone raises it, because it could have been a person at a focus group, like we heard a person testifying today. I like to then follow up with the person and say, can you tell me more about this so that we understand the gap? One of the things we are working right now on our state plan is our unified workforce state plan is a 4-year plan. However, because our needs assessment wasn't completed in time when we were doing the state plan, we'll be doing an amendment to our state plan this coming July. And so one of the issues we're addressing is training and creating sort of a task force looking at our processes within RSA, a task force that will utilize people from our state rehab council, frontline staff, supervisors, to look at everything from intake, eligibility, and ongoing services and communication to review those processes.
Got it.
And we would, of course, include in that in assignment of cases looking at this issue of ongoing need for VR training.
Understood. In question 88, DDS customer survey units responded to 153 complaints and concerns in fiscal year 24. Some of those are merely information inquiries, not actual complaints. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And among those 153, 41 or 27% were feedback about complaints, DDS staff services. Are those all complaints, or are positive feedback included in that as well?
It's a customer service line that allows for positive feedback. When we first implemented it, I supervised it directly just to make sure it got off the ground well.
Yeah.
In my experience, I didn't see a lot of people spending time on our customer service line to compliment us.
Understood. Yeah, I was just asking because from an oversight perspective, my concern was that if we don't have any idea of how many actual complaints DDS is receiving, since they're sort of lumped into information inquiries and positive feedback as well. So I guess, does DDS track negative complaints specifically?
Yes, what we look at, and it's hard when you do it because in order to have good tracking, you have to sort of categorize things. And so we do look at things by category of complaint, like want a different service coordinator. You may be able to help me here.
Okay.
There's like a number of different things that we track to identify where there may be areas that we need to look at. And, you know, you always have some that then fall in the cracks between those things because you're trying to come up with groupings so that you can track things over time. But I think that Ms. Brown can probably tell you, I hope, sorry, every category of complaint that we track.
So our complaints are broken down by administration. So we have them broken down by DDA, RSA, and QACMA. That's new.
Okay.
We've added QACMA to that division, to the breakdown. So it looks at the complaints for RSA really focus on caseload complaints, if they have questions about their case status, if they're requesting a new RSA coordinator. And then the same for DDA, if you're requesting a new service coordinator, if you're requesting information about intake and eligibility, how long it's taking you to be determined eligible for services, just inquiries about providing services or applying for services. We have inquiries for the provider communities. They inquire about applying to become a provider. We also have DDD. We added that as a separate.
Oh, can you
entity.
get closer to the microphone?
Okay, we've added that as a separate entity as well. So the amount of time that it takes for determination eligibility through DDD, we're tracking that. So we have made some changes to our complaint process by making sure we're able to actually identify the complaints and the concerns specific to administration and the specific type of inquiry that's being posed by the person.
Understood. So I guess among the 153 inquiries, it looks like 13 requests were for new service coordinator or VR counselor. Is that 13 requests made only via the customer service unit, or is that number for all requests for new service coordinators or VR counselors?
That would be if it comes through customer service.
Okay.
There may be some requests that comes in through the team directly.
Okay.
But if it comes through our customer service line, then we track it.
Then that
through
was
the
that.
IQ.
And how many requests for new service coordinators were made in fiscal year 24?
We would have to see if that's in our responses here. It would take a moment just to
Okay.
look.
If you don't, you can get back to the committee as well. My question is, how many requests for new service coordinators were made in fiscal year 24? And then how many requests for new VR counselors were made in fiscal year 24? Going to question 91, in fiscal year 24, DDA received 60 customer service complaints. That is up 20 or 50% from fiscal year 2023. What does DDS believe is the cause of this increase?
You said that was DDD, correct?
DDA.
DDA, I'm sorry. I would have to go back and look at all the data to understand what was the reason.
The numbers for
because
it,
that is
okay.
It's a
In fiscal year 24, DDA received 8 formal complaints compared to 0 in fiscal year 23. What do you all believe is the cause of that increase?
Frankly, it could be that people are finally aware of the formal complaint process. That would be my guess about it, is
Okay.
that the formal complaint process was launched in 2020. And so it may be that we're finally, so complaints are supposed to start at the provider level. They could be a complaint about, I know one of these in 25 is a DDS specific complaint. Generally, they're a complaint at the provider level. If they're not resolved at that level, they can complain to us that they want to pursue it further. I think we've only had one go external.
What's the difference between the customer service complaints and a formal complaint? Sort of, I guess, how are they treated differently?
So the formal complaint process is the process that was established. I'm trying to remember when. We established this process for DDA exclusively. It was for people supported by DDA so that they would have a formal place where when they had concerns, they could voice their concern. We established within that process a peer, it was supposed to be like a peer advocate system where someone could help them navigate the process. Because there's been such slow uptake, I think that that program has not moved along like we would have liked. That 8 in FY24 is looking really high to me because I don't think we've had more than one complaint go outside to the. So when formal complaints come to us, the first thing we do is put them in our customer service system to see if we can resolve it.
Understand.
If we don't resolve it within 2 weeks, then we move it on to there's an outside person who does sort of mediation of the complaint. And we've only resulted in outside mediation.
Once. One request for external review.
Got it. Okay. Okay. And can family members file formal complaints or just supported persons? And sort of who can make the request for a formal review?
So there are two separate questions: who can make the request and who can file the complaint. The complaint system was established for the people we support. Family members can always call the customer service line. They can call the customer service line anonymously if they wish. We're clarifying that on our website so that people know that they can do it anonymously if they wish. But the customer service, the formal complaint system itself was established to be a system for a person supported who may request someone to file on their behalf if they need that assistance. But it is supposed to be their complaint, not someone else's complaint.
Understood. Okay. In fiscal year 24, looks like RSA received 48 complaints, which was down 18% from 58 at fiscal year 23. I'm glad to see that improvement. However, among those 48 complaints, 38% involved communication problems between a vocational counselor and a RSA client. I guess I'm troubled by it because it reflects what my committee regularly hears on a case-by-case basis from people enrolled in RSA services. So I'm told VR counselors are refusing to provide information in writing, and sometimes are providing inaccurate and contradictory information, have become rude and even hostile when clients try to seek clarifications or request new counselors. So I've been told this behavior is, I guess, so ubiquitous that many clients don't even consider requesting a new VR counselor because they know it will be more of the same from whoever they get, I guess. Director, I guess this is a similar picture and our similar complaints from what we discussed a little bit last year. So I was hoping to see some improvement in this area. I know DDS and RSA do a lot of trainings for VR counselors upon hiring thereafter, but when it comes to communication, I guess maybe there's something not sticking. Is that accurate?
So there's a couple of things there. One of them was the unclear written communication or the written communication. We've done a fair amount of training, and I think probably need to do some more on people understanding when they've made a decision, how to document the decision, how to notify the person in writing of the decision. They'll often have conversations where they think they've come to an agreement with the person, but they didn't actually. And so some of that has been an ongoing issue that we've done training and need to keep doing training on. The issue I hear more than what you're identifying is not following up. I don't hear as often complaints about the nature of the interaction. I have heard concerns about whether there was follow-up. And this is one of the things that we also, we have a project manager who pulls the data to look at the amount of follow-up that's happening to make sure that there is regular follow-up with people. And as I said before, one of the issues that we are addressing in our new state plan will be some ongoing training for VR counselors. I do see many of our complaints. I don't hear that high number of the person was rude, the person was refused to give me something. If I did, I would intervene immediately when I saw those. All of those do, there is someone monitoring that. And so to the extent we don't hear of it firsthand, we would want to hear about it so that we can provide the appropriate counseling to that person to strengthen their counseling skills.
Yeah. This is the one that the committee, I guess, does get a fair amount of complaints about it or being difficult to get in touch with counselors. And us, just like the customer service line, we're not going to usually get calls of you all doing great. We're going to get calls to be fair, right? And to be of improvements. And so this was the one sort of, if we could pick like the one sort of negative feedback we've heard, the most of it would be in that particular category. So, and then they'll email us asking for an answer, which is difficult because confidentiality sort of prevents DDS from sharing a lot of information with us, obviously. So my ask is, Director, if you can assess and make improvements to the communication trainings of VR counselors, a priority in fiscal year 25, and if you need any additional resources to do so, just please let us know.
We actually have an FTE now that we either are or will be recruiting for a VR trainer. And so that will be one of the areas they will focus on.
Great. Thank you. I want to move on to DDA. I want to start with the good news with waivers. DDA increased the number of supported persons utilizing the IDD and IFS waivers. DDA is finding more people with developmental disabilities eligible for waiver services. More people have been enrolling in self-directed services, and the median number of calendar days to complete the initial ISP was 38 days. And so I am very happy to see progress made in all those areas sort of we've been talking about over the last several years. On self-direction, there has been a sort of, has long been a desire for DDA to expand self-directed services to the IDD waiver. Has DDA made any decisions on that? And is that something we can expect in fiscal year 25 or later?
I would say later.
Okay.
We have seen growth finally in self-direction in the IFS waiver. Slowly, small growth. When we look at the EPD waiver that offers self-direction, the vast majority of people utilize self-direction. In our waiver, there's really actually amongst the people receiving services, there's been fairly slow adoption of that service. And so we want to make sure that we really have our arms wrapped around managing budgets in self-direction in the IFS waiver, which has a cap, before we expand it into the IDD waiver.
Got it. Understood. We want to talk wait times. We've been talking about wait times for years, and I understand there are circumstances that can cause the average number of days between intake and eligibility, between intake and the initial ISP, and between the initial ISP and receipt of the first service to be longer than the actual picture of wait times. I'm still getting complaints about how long it takes to receive services, especially after someone was found eligible. And advocates continue to tell me these average wait times are too long. I guess so. I'm still hesitant to dismiss these indicators. For example, in fiscal year 24, the average length of time between an eligibility determination and receipt of services is 103 days. So I'm glad this is that is a 20% improvement of 23 days from 126 days in fiscal year 23. However, 103 days is still almost 15 weeks.
The whole process can take a very long time when you consider from eligibility to, from walking through the front door to actually receiving services includes the application, which can take up to 45 days if the person comes in with documentation. If we have to send them out for an assessment, it can take up to 90 days. After that, we then send it on for the ISP meeting. You have to convene everyone for that. After the you have to have services identified before you can put in a waiver application. The Economic Security Administration can take up to 45 days. Sometimes it can take longer. As you know, there were automatic renewals for a while, so they have been slammed. They're getting their head above water, but that can take up to 45 days. So when you start adding them all up, you think, my gosh, if I want a service, I've got to start pretty early. The reality too, though, as you heard in my testimony today, we've had a person, I talked about the person released from the hospital and had services within a week. We've had a person who we learned about who was released from incarceration and had services as soon as he was released from incarceration. So when there is an emergency, on a person-centered basis, we can quickly, if we have the documentation we need to be sure that this person is in fact eligible, we can quickly move them through the process, in part because if you apply today and we're pretty clear that you're eligible and you need an immediate service, we may initiate the service with local funds, knowing that the waiver application, once it's complete, is retroactive to the first day of the month. And so we would be knowing there that we will be able to recoup those funds. So I understand the concern in the abstract, and I would really hope that anyone where they feel that their services are delayed because of this process should reach out to us. We have heard from people, but I have not yet heard from someone where they did need services and didn't have the services yet. I do hear this process takes too long, and I agree. And when you break, and people that work at the agency know, I agree that it's a very long process, but when you break it down, it is a several step process to go from application all the way to beginning services. It's a process that on every level can be expedited when it has to be, but it can't be expedited every single time.
Got it. So let me, DDS did something to improve wait times to cut the time by 20%. So has DDS started doing anything differently that led to that 20% reduction?
I would say what we're seeing is that individuals are coming to us with information, with documentation. And it's since the expansion, we have seen individual applications come with requisite documentation more than prior years. So that's one aspect of it. And we are preaching to our staff to be very intentional about time. So we're looking at performance in a way that we've never before in terms of the timeframes. So I think that also supports it. But when looking at the performance, we aren't seeing that people have been sitting on applications. By people, I mean the eligibility staff.
Yeah. I guess if we can push the need for documentation up front even more, hopefully we can get these wait times down even further. And like, I hear you, you are right. It does take a long time. I just think 15 weeks, I don't think it should be that long. You know, there has to be like another sweet spot we can reach that takes that into account.
What I can say is when someone comes in and requires immediate services, to date, we've been able to provide immediate services. And I think that's more important than improving on our averages.
Can I just also add?
Yes.
Councilmember, is the fact that in that average are people who are receiving services. It's been mentioned, but we can't overstate it enough, who are receiving what they need from DCPS and or HSCSN And I think it was last year when we looked at the data deeply, we had someone who had applied, and for 10 years, they had ISPs, but they did not need a service. And
Got
then
it.
they needed a service. And we saw that, that helped us understand that we have people who go years without actually needing a waiver service because of natural supports. They may have a family member that taking the role of their provider or what have you. And then when they do get that first service, that number doesn't get teased out of the data. So.
Got it. I hear you, and I appreciate the process, and I appreciate the fact that people are getting services and support as they need it. I think when we come back next year, it'll be a shorter number of weeks that people are waiting. Let's discuss the elephant in the room, which is sort of, I'm wondering why did we get here and how do we get here, Director? I am deeply upset about DDS new policy of not allowing residents incarcerated in the Bureau of Prisons and the DC jail to apply for DDA services unless they have a release date. I think during public witness testimony, we sort of heard about a finding of eligibility can have a beneficial impact on prosecutors and courts' decisions about release, parole, or probation. And I think with this new policy, residents will no longer be able to demonstrate they have community-based support systems in place that the government requires for release to be set, because DDA will not accept applications without a release date. I mean, help me understand, like, why do we make this policy change or shift, and like how quickly can we change it back?
We did not change any policy. When I heard people talking about DDS's changed policy, I was confused. There has been no change in DDS policy. There have been laws passed by the council, signed by the mayor. It was passed unanimously by the council. And I think that has been primarily what has affected this process, which is the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, which allowed people who were sentenced to sentences over a certain number of years, who committed the offense prior to a particular age, to file a petition for a sentence reduction. That brought in a new sort of class of people that were potentially interested in DDA services. We have always had people in our service system in DDA who were involved in the criminal justice system a couple different ways. We have people who are not competent to stand trial because of their intellectual disability, and we have a coordination with the court system, with the U.S. Attorney's Office, with the DC Superior Court in doing the assessment and moving those people into necessary services. We also have always had people that are supported by DDS, some population of people who have become involved in the criminal justice system, and we make an assessment when the person becomes incarcerated, how you manage their Medicaid and their waiver when they're incarcerated to ensure that when they're ready for release, that we're able to resume their services. And then there are people who are covered by the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act who are eligible within the criminal justice system to apply for an early release.
Right.
And our position is that it's not part of our responsibility to help their attorney prepare their defense, their advocacy for an early release. It is our responsibility, if they will have an early release, to prepare for the release. There are entities in the community who could support them in providing the kind of expert testimony they're looking to introduce in their proceedings to improve their clients' chances of getting an early release. If they get an early release, we then work toward, as we always have and always will, we work toward planning, and we plan with them to ensure that that is a smooth transition back into the community. But we are not part of their criminal defense team.
I get you not being a part of their criminal defense team, but I guess that doesn't make sense to me, because the information is, whether you're on the prosecution or defense side, information is information. And the court is always inquiring about information and giving sort of the available services that the person will receive is not, I wouldn't look at it as helping the defense. I would look at it as providing the court with the information the court needs to make a determination.
It would be using our resources to assist them in advocating for a person's early release who may not get early release. So we would have used all of this time of people who you believe need to be focused more on getting people more quickly to eligibility and first service, working with a person who may never or may not in the immediate future enter into our service system.
Yeah, but you're stepping in the role you're stepping into the role of the judiciary. You know what I mean? Like you're guesstimating what the judiciary may or may not do.
No, I'm not. That's the point.
You're assuming you're like, I don't want to put energy into this if the person's going to be released or not released and waste time and energy doing it if they're not going to be released. But it's like, because
once they have the release date, we will work with them and we will provide services timely for the date that they are to be released into the community. Not the date that they are released to see SOSA for transition back to the community, but the date that they're released into the community will be prepared.
Okay, so the law you cite has kind of always been the law for a while now. It's been since what?
2020.
2020. Okay. So I guess why has no one brought this issue up until now then? Like, because something certainly has changed. Like, no one was upset with DDS, with what DDS was previously doing.
We've only recently had some pro bono attorneys get involved with some cases where they were filing these IRAA cases and asking us to provide information before they had a disposition of that motion. So prior to this, we did not see IRAA cases prior to fairly recently.
So are you
fully honest? I was not aware of IRAA cases prior to about the last year.
So are you saying the law needs to be changed to allow or require DDA to allow people who are incarcerated to apply?
People who are incarcerated can apply, do apply. We work with them. What I'm saying is if a person is not clearly going to come into the community, we will start working on the application when it's clear that the person will be coming back to the community.
What is your reply to sort of public witnesses that shared, although Medicaid eligibility is required to receive Medicaid waiver service, it is not required to determine eligibility for DDA services?
That's true. I don't disagree with that. And I agree that the person is a resident of the district, but they don't have a need for service until it's clear that they're going to actually be in the district to receive those services. And that's still a question when the person files a motion for their sentence to be reduced.
Based on how the system works, I don't know how anybody would ever be able to do this.
We have done it. And in instances, when the person has the release date, we work with them. And as I said, we have had people where we get notice and within a couple of weeks, they're on the street and we're providing services. In those instances where, and particularly if Disability Rights DC is involved, they know what we need for eligibility. They can make sure that someone has that all ready to go as soon as the person is clearly on a path to coming back into the district. Because as I said, we've always had people who were in the criminal justice system.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it feels like there has to have been a policy change shift, because this is now coming up.
Where we're not talking about a person, it's not a policy change. We're just not talking about a person who is now being released from prison. All prisons have social work systems within them that work on release information with people. And they work with people to transition them into the community, and we would work with those people. But this is pre-transition planning.
Got it.
Transition planning comes after there's been an order.
What is your response to public witness testimony that this law requires a release date, requiring a release date violates Title II of the Americans with Disability Act and the Homestead Integration Mandate?
Oh, I completely disagree. But I'm not our attorney up here. But I completely disagree. Olmsted was about some two women who were hospitalized. I'm not sure that they've cited cases. There may well be some, I'm not aware of any, where a person who is incarcerated is saying that I should be able to be released from incarceration because I would benefit from community-based services. That feels different from Olmsted, which is looking at people who are in nursing homes, mental health facilities, IDD facilities, where you're talking about someone getting care in a facility and being released into the community. Prison is not a treatment facility.
Did you all, I guess, because you're saying it's not a policy change, but something had to change if
we didn't see these before. What changed was IRAA passed, and then they started identifying people who they thought it applied to, and they filed motions. So it relates specifically to people where they've applied the Second Look Act or the IRAA, where they're looking for early release, and they want us to become engaged much earlier in the process than planning for people. And as I said, we've always planned for people who are incarcerated and moving back into the community.
Did DDS consult with the Office of Attorney General or ODR about the legality of the policy of this, or your interpretation of what the law requires?
We consulted with our general counsel.
Okay. We'll have to work it out on the legal side to figure out what is actually between all of the entities here. It seems that it's based on how the system works. That means we would be really denying a large group of people. I mean, the individuals.
The person they complained of, the order for release was granted without our involvement at all. So the most recent one that we had, where there was a complaint to us that we should be accepting an application for a person so that they could file their motion to reduce their sentence, and we said we would not. They filed their motion and their motion was granted, and the person was released to see Sosa.
Yeah, I mean, and that was that was the choice of the judge. I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying it's judges considers factors when they're considering whether they release an individual, and it would be the information that could be provided from your determination of services is valuable information to the judge for the judge to make their decision. And so not having it sort of limits the ability for the person to make their argument to, the support they will or can have while they're in the community.
I guess the potential risk there is that
you don't want the judge to make the decision based on just you all. I get that. That's fair. You don't want it to be that, but
not just us, but if I had some of my staff interview the person, they might have serious concerns about our ability to support the person, and they might feel very free in that circumstance to express that. Once they are able,
that would be fine too.
Because I am concerned, and once they are able to successfully argue their case and the person is released and they are eligible for our services, we have no choice. We have no choice but to support a person who was competent to stand trial, was convicted of a violent crime, spent 35 years in prison, and we are responsible for ensuring that that person receives services. That is not really what our system was set up for, but we adjust, we make those services available to the extent we can. So, I mean,
Understood.
and I think if they were to say, well, we want to force you to state your opinion, they may think twice about that.
Having been on the criminal law side of things, I would just say, I understand why they would want the information that you all can provide, and it does seem more of a policy choice than anything else, to just not want to give that information up front or your opinion up front. But a judge could compel you to do it. And in that case, you'll end up having to
They
do
are
it.
judges in DC Superior Court. As you said, they could order us to come into court.
That's exactly right. Which I think could occur depending on the judge, as you know how DC Superior Court works.
Absolutely.
I want to turn to interagency coordination, starting with the Department of Behavioral Health, or DBH. Following the closure of the DBH Intellectual Development Disability Program at 35 K Street, DDS said the two agencies collaborated to transition 147 people to new behavioral health providers. I want to get a sense of the percentage of people who were transitioned. How many people total at 35 K were also being supported by DDA?
Oh, I don't know about the full transition at 35K. I know about everyone supported by DDA at 35K. And they have all transitioned.
Okay.
They've all transitioned to either core service agencies. Some have transitioned to individual providers in the community. But they've all of them have transitioned.
All of them have
Yes.
transitioned. Okay.
And for some, that was not a transition they wanted to make. They'd been getting their services at 35K for a number of years. But that was a decision that DBH had made because of their role. They've not been in the business of providing direct community-based services for quite some time, and that was the last remaining facility.
Got it. I think that's great to hear. I was worried about the closure of 35K, but I'm happy to see DDA transition everyone, and no one lost services, even if that person wanted to maintain services at 35K. We heard public testimony about the need for DDA to improve its coordination with the Department of Behavioral Health. Do you agree with that recommendation?
No.
No?
In that the recommendation was that we should have a person who is assigned to coordinate with DBH. We have a psychologist who's been with us longer than I've been with us, who coordinates with DBH. She meets either weekly or biweekly. She meets as needed with DBH. On complex cases, she meets with them. We have a meeting that includes the senior staff at DBH and the senior staff at DDA and DDS monthly. There's regular meetings between Mr. Woodland and the person over mental health services at DBH. So, do individual cases come up on occasion? Yes. And when they do, if they're brought to Dr. Van Horn's attention, she's on top of it. So I don't know, honestly, what else we could do in terms of that coordination.
I guess one of the concerns raised was DDA referring a person to DBH, even though DBH does not do that type of service while DDA does. So the example was given on one-on-one 24-hour supervision in their home and in the community. I guess, are you aware of DDA making such referrals to DBH? And do you know why they would be being made?
Because we are pretty aware of the service model that DBH uses and the services that are available. And we've had a number of, as I said in my testimony, we've had a number of trainings about behavioral health supports for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We do have a regular service coordination all staff meeting where they could review that again to the extent it's necessary. But and then the voucher issue is DBH has a voucher program where people supported by DBH can get a voucher for housing. Those vouchers, the last I knew the amount, I'm not sure what it currently is, were far below the average amount that we spend on housing. And so some people prefer to get the voucher and live in a very affordable unit with that voucher, which last I knew was $1,200, because they are far more independent in that placement than they may feel in a supported living placement.
Okay. I guess, I think we heard the recommendation for DBH and DDA to have sort of an employee who acts like a liaison between the agencies. It sounds like it was because of the area of housing. And as DBH does have housing vouchers, people receiving DDA services could be eligible for, but they are difficult to obtain and have long wait times to sort of get placed in housing after the voucher is approved. You're saying DDA has this liaison already that does this work?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Mr. Winslow, who directly supervises that person who is our liaison. with
Great.
DDA.
Yeah, so an example is we have people who use Department of Behavioral Health vouchers in our agency places the service within that person's home. And I can tell you that there are people living in that situation who are very complex with regard to their need. So the services that they receive from us are, I think it was mentioned 1-to-1. I think there's people who have 2-to-1 within their actual home. And Director Reese's point is some people would rather retain most of their SSI payment and use the voucher, which I believe is 1/3 of their income is what they pay in rent. And then we place the services in that person's home. So we have cases where we collaborate, I would say, fairly successfully with regard to the voucher issue, the housing issue, and the intense need of services from DDA for that person. So, and Director restated, our more tenured psychologist is on the phone as needed with DBH, and they call her, particularly when it's a person that they know we support. So I was actually also surprised to hear that.
Yeah. Okay. I want to go to hospitalizations and serious reportable incidents. Serious physical injuries increased 33% from fiscal year 23 to 24, 133 to 174. What does DDA believe is the reason for this large increase?
I'm sorry, you were referring to serious physical injury?
Serious physical injuries.
Yeah, we changed the definition in the policy.
Okay.
That's number one. And with regard to the hospitalizations and unplanned emergency inpatient hospitalizations, the drivers of that anecdotally, and I would love to follow up with actual data, but from my review of the data, what we're seeing is, one, we started using the CRISP system, and the acronym, I can't remember what it is, but it's a regional system where we have team members who go in. So if you live at home with your family and your family takes you to the ER and or you're admitted, we had no access unless the family called us. The family is not compelled to call us.
Understood.
We now have staff that tease those out, and we've seen an uptick in knowing of when people utilize the ER and or are admitted. So we have that as a driver of the increase. We also have people since the expansion who come into our system who may have behavioral health needs that also increase the number of psychiatric inpatient hospitalizations are counted in that number. And so I would say those two are the primary drivers for the uptick. As far as the serious physical injury, we have more people who are reporting that number of serious physical injury by changing the definition, how we define it.
Okay. So I guess because you also heard the testimony from Quality Trust about the number of unplanned hospitalizations, which generally range from 380 to 400 each year.
We deal with a vulnerable population of people who end up as an emergency having to be admitted to the hospital. As Mr. Lethbridge, I was trying to remember Jimmy's last name, sorry. As Mr. Lethbridge said, it has been a concern of Quality Trust for a number of years. Their concern was if someone is as an emergency being admitted to the hospital, there must be some neglect here that you're not seeing. And we, in every instance where there's an emergency inpatient hospital, unplanned inpatient hospitalization, our investigators look into whether there was neglect that resulted in the hospitalization. 1 year, Quality Trust's monitoring focused exclusively on this issue. They reviewed every single investigation we did, and they concurred with every single result we found. So the number is high. It just is high. The one misstatement he had was that we've only had a handful of people who have adopted Station MD. In fact, we only have a handful of providers who have not adopted Station MD. Most of our providers have, and soon we'll be doing one of our forums providing a real deep dive on the data so that people can see amongst our providers who have adopted where they have seen an impact on hospitalization rates. You do need to keep in mind we have about 100 more people in services now than we did prior to the expansion. And we have a population that has more significant behavioral health needs, and the number of hospitalizations for behavioral health needs account for some of this. And at this point, we do not use Station MD for intervention with people who are having behavioral health crises.
Got it. Okay, I guess it's, do we have any data that suggests these unplanned hospitalizations are because of the same issue? I mean,
What do you mean the same issue?
like, is there any information, like, from all of the unplanned sort of visits? Are there ones that could be planned because of the fact that the data suggests that they're often an issue that can occur?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, in fact, I think that what we see
Or
is
are they all
behavioral
just
health
so
crises.
sporadic and different?
Well, there are behavioral health crises. There was the speculation, as I said, that Quality Trust had that some of these, when you categorize the various hospitalizations for different medical issues, could that have somehow been prevented?
Right,
you
that's
have
what,
done-
yeah.
And their finding was no. In every instance where they investigated 100% of those hospitalizations 1 year, they didn't find that in any case. And yet they do continue because none of us likes to see, wow, that looks like a lot of people going to the hospital. We do need to report on the unique number of people because some of it is some people go a lot of times.
Okay. I think the greater thing is always just looking at data and filling out what can we pull out to see if there's any improvements we can make to reduce that number. And I guess that work is happening.
And as Mr. Woodland said, unfortunately, some of our advances have been to increase the number because we now fully have implemented the utilization of CRISP. And through that, we're able to identify circumstances that previously would not have been reported to us. Because any person on Medicaid that goes to the emergency room or goes for an inpatient hospitalization or goes to the doctor is reported in CRISP.
Okay.
Unless they opt out.
Okay. I want to turn to RSA and start with vocational rehabilitation program. In fiscal year 24, 985 people exited RSA with an unsuccessful closure and without an employment outcome. 985 out of 2,161 people who received vocational rehabilitation services. Does RSA feel that number is too high?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So one of our, actually, we've updated our individual employee SMART goals to be looking at specifically what's called the rehabilitation rate, which is the percentage in case closures, the percentage of successful closures when you close a case. And what you see is that primarily those are related to loss of contact.
Mhm.
So one of the things we are looking at, as I talked about having this team that's looking at our processes, one of the things we expect to look at is the ongoing case management and communication with clients.
Okay. What do you believe is the cause of sort of the unsuccessful outcomes there? I guess loss of contact is
What we see more than anything is loss of contact. You always see a percentage of people fall off. So, and this is VR programs across the country. Between referral and application, you lose a substantial percentage of people. Between application and eligibility, you lose a percent. And then you lose some before you get to plan. Part of that is because anyone who receives SSI or SSDI gets a letter in the mail advising them that the Ticket to Work program provides supports for you to return to work, contact RSA, and they can help you return to work. And many people hear that as, oh, I better do this or else I'm going to lose my SSI or SSDI. And then they come in and they realize, oh, it's a choice.
Got it.
I'm not ready to go back to work. So we see some natural attrition.
Okay.
Our number, though, of unsuccessful closures after services have begun is too high. And I would be speculating to suggest what I think the cause of it is. It says loss of contact, but that's a fact. That's not that doesn't explain anything.
Anything, yeah. Does RSA conduct outreach to youth who are in district custody but are not physically in the Washington metropolitan area, such as those in psychiatric residential treatment facilities and residential treatment centers?
They should be. So we should have a counselor who is assigned to do exactly that. Those youth all are connected. If I'm not mistaken, they all have sort of the same DCPS contact to maintain their individualized education program. And so it's just a matter of connecting with that person. And we tried to make sure recently that occurred so that people who, and we may not even, when they're out of state, the other state can provide whatever services, but we should still be in touch with them to make sure that when they transition back, we're available. And the RSA at the Department of Education allows for 2 states to work with someone at the same time. So if we became aware of them, we can then engage the VR program locally to see if there are any pre-employment transition services available on the ground where they are. Because if they need services there, they're going to have to get them from that state. But more than anything, what we have to do is make sure that we're doing the planning so that when they come back to DC, we don't start right from the beginning and say, okay, it can take us up to 90 days to do this, up to 60. We can already be in that process and they can start immediately once they transition.
All right. Can you follow up and let me know if that is actually happening?
I can tell you that there were very clear instructions given today that it happens.
Okay.
I will provide you the name of the person who is assigned.
Thank you.
After the hearing.
In fiscal year 24, the average caseload for counselors within the 3 general vocational rehabilitation units was 110. Does RSA believe that caseload is too high?
Which number is that?
Question 192.
But that's so our caseload sizes are actually established. That number sounds higher than what I know it to be, is the reason that I have a question, because in general VR, our caseloads tend to be fairly low right now. Our state plan identifies what the caseloads should be, and VR caseloads would sound high, I think, to a person that's not used to the kind of work that they do and sort of the flow of the work that they do, because the direct services are always provided by someone else. And so I'm pretty certain that our state plan calls for, within the general VR units, it's 100 to 125 cases per counselor. And so if it's within that range, that is what's called for in the state plan. Within our sensory unit, it's, I believe, 75 to 100 per counselor. We used to have a higher ratio for transition, but that's now the same as the general services ratio. We actually will have, in April, we are initiating a new case management system within RSA. And that will allow us to delineate our pre-employment transition cases where you might
Right.
provide a service to a student, but you need to maintain documentation.
Yeah.
Versus a VR case in transition. And we'll be able to track those more closely going forward.
Okay. I want to, in the average caseload for counselors with the two transition units was 225.
And that includes approximately 80 per counselor that are pre-employment transition services, I think.
Okay.
And
all right.
that's the reason we need to have something that counts that more accurately.
Understood. Okay. I want to, in fiscal year 24, vocational rehabilitation specialist responsible for providing pre-employment transition services has an average caseload of 66 pre-ETS students. Does RSA believe that caseload is too high?
No, that's way low. So
Okay.
Part of the reason I say that is that I wouldn't even classify that as a caseload. The pre-employment transition folks are going to be assigned to schools and they'll coordinate. There's also a VR counselor assigned to that school and they'll coordinate together to deliver those services at that school. But they will be the ones that maintain the list of all students who have been recorded as receiving at least one pre-employment transition service. So it means that you had documentation that they are potentially eligible for VR and that they're interested in services and they've attended once or twice a group service. So, we get a list from OSSI every year that tells us how many students with IEPs are at each of the schools. So if you had, for example, Jackson Reed, you've got well over 100 students that ideally we're connecting with. So our goal would be if you've got 100 students in the school, you ought to be in touch with 75 of them. But what that means is you're in touch with 75, you're doing workshops, they have that long lunch there, you're doing workshops, inviting them to have pizza and learn about post-secondary options. And so, that's not
I got
a
what you mean.
caseload.
I got you. I want to end with the Randolph Shepherd program. Director, we all remember the heartbreaking testimony of the many blind vendors who we spoke up at last year's hearing. Afterwards, you and I had a conversation during which I said I would give you time to address the issues raised and bring that night and day level of change I am expecting with this program. You touched on this in your testimony, and I appreciate the tangible steps you've taken so far, including training for the Blind Vendor Committee, the BVC, on the due process rights available, and brought in a national subject matter expert on the program who provided training and technical assistance for the agency staff and the BVC. To start, how are things going? Do you believe the situation has improved?
Barely. So I believe that the shift from night to day can take longer than one hopes sometimes. Have we done a lot of the work that's necessary in order for that change to happen? Yes. Has that change happened yet? No. In part, it hasn't happened. We currently have 4 consolidated cases at OAH. And once those are resolved, we'll sort of get past this sort of log jam with, you must do this. No, we're not going to, so once we can move past that, I think that will help. Another thing that I do think, when I was preparing in my new role as the acting deputy director, I was preparing the year-end report on the program.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that really struck me, and I think is probably underlying much of this, is that since 2020, I don't know if it's every individual facility, but overall, our over-the-counter sales at the facilities have operated at a deficit since 2020. So everyone who's assigned to one of those is losing money because, except for 2, they are all located in federal buildings.
Mm.
And so, you've got underlying
Well,
this
we
whole
could see an
thing.
uptick now, huh?
Exactly. That is my hope. I think that underlying this is just major frustration that it's not working because we can't make earnings in doing
Yeah.
the work we've been doing.
Right.
At the same time, we have had a real expansion of these micro markets in the program. And we're figuring out kind of how to incorporate all of those, how to make those a full part of the program, because we have a high number of micro markets, far more than enough for every vendor to have at least one, maybe even two. And those pay just on a commission, just like a vending machine. So it really changes kind of how the program operates, because there's very little you have to do to operate a micro market. The company that installs it, initially we purchased the equipment and then contracted with the company to stock it. Once they really wanted to expand that across district and federal buildings, the company said, you know, we can afford ourselves to install a number of these, and they've installed several, more than 30, I believe. And they cover the cost of installation, which 10 years ago was costing us $45,000. It now costs about $90,000 for the equipment. They cover that and just pay us a commission for everything that's sold. Having all of those assigned, which is part of the dispute right now at OAH, having all of those assigned will help, because then we'll have some of that money directly going to people. And I think that the uptick, as you say, I noticed it on my way into the office this morning, the long line of people going into the parking garage at the federal building next to us. Having those people return to work should help with people with improved, because these are entrepreneurs. These are people who work on their own. And once they actually can operate a business and make a profit, I think that will relieve much of the tension. As things have not worked well, they've kind of looked at us like, how are you going to fix this? And in a free market, there are some things that we cannot fix. Although we paid considerable funds to try and tide people over. We paid a number of monthly installments to people. We got a big check from the Department of Ed near the end of the pandemic and divided up amongst the vendors. But these are people who want to work and be successful in their facility. So my hope is that we'll see.
I mean, federal workers are returning to work. Federal workers are returning to work, but at the same time, federal buildings and leases are being abandoned at dramatic rates. So there is a possibility vendors can't rely on incomes from federal spaces. Is RSA doing anything to establish more locations in the district government spaces? What would it take to get a vendor space in the Wilson building?
So we have previously had a request from the Wilson building for a micro market, which we've always, I'm trying to think of the nice, we've declined that, because the only space in the Wilson building, given the staffing here, that would be profitable would be in a public space, and you can't have a self-service market in a public space. Yeah. So the Wilson building actually,
Got it. It's
you have to
problematic.
have
It's
a certain
problematic.
population of staff that are regularly
Understood.
here in order for it to be profitable.
Understood. I'm gonna try to find a way around that, but understood, you're right. As we discussed last year, the Department of Education, which we hope is going to exist further, last conducted an audit of the program in 2019, which typically occurs every 5 years, meaning the next one was due in 2024. DDS said this visit was delayed. Has DDS received any information on when the next visit will occur? And can DDS reach out to the Department of Education to request a visit if it didn't occur?
We were told that it was going to, I was told actually by the person who leads that unit, that it was going to occur in 2025, and they published the list, and we are not on the list for 2025. So my guess is that we will be in 2026.
Okay, it keeps moving. I was happy to see, following last year's hearing in May 2024, the Randolph-Sheppard program monitors reached out to all vendors to ensure that RSA had a current record of the vendor's preferred mode of communication. But RSA also did not receive any accommodation requests for communication to be sent in accessible methods, including Braille to Randolph Shepherd vendors.
Correct.
So to clarify, is RSA not considering communicating with vendors via large print or Braille as ADA accommodations?
Oh, no, we communicate via large print because that was what everyone requested. So we haven't gotten any
Okay,
requests from
understood.
anyone. When we did the survey of everyone asked for large print.
Got it.
And we actually purchase a Braille reader for one of our Randolph Shepherd vendors. However, that's through our VR program.
Okay. Last year, we talked about mediation with the Department of Education. In pre-hearing responses, DDS said there are due process remedies available to Randolph Shepherd vendors within DDS and the district government before it would be appropriate to seek mediation in the Department of Education. I guess that's surprising given that, as we established last year, the Department of Education was ready to begin mediation, but it got canceled after multiple failed attempts to contact DDS.
There was a great deal of confusion about that mediation, including some potential conflict because there was a relationship between one of the BBC members and the mediator.
Got it.
And the mediation that was initially discussed was with the BBC, and we now have a new BBC. I would like to see this thing resolved at OAH.
I'm glad to hear the issues raised by vendors are now consolidated into one matter before the Office of Administrative Hearings. According to pre-hearing responses, of the 11 RSA clients that filed for fair hearing before the Office of Administrative Hearings in fiscal year 24, 4 of those cases involved the Randolph Shepherd Vending Facility Program. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those, and that's consolidated into one.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. What happens after OAH makes a decision? If the vendors are not satisfied with how things are going in the program, will you commit to Department of Education mediation?
Well, after the finding by OAH, if the vendors are dissatisfied, the next step is either to ask for, I'm blanking on the term, but to go to the Department of Education or to go to the DC Court of Appeals. They can choose either route.
Okay.
Arbitration.
Okay. I'll leave it there for now. It sounds like some changes have been made, but some issues still remain. We will see how the OAH decision goes, and we'll reconvene then. I think for now, I just want to reiterate that I'm not going to consider this matter resolved until the district's program is a national model like it used to be. And so, as always, I like to give my directors the last word. So, Director Reese, is there anything else you'd like to share today?
No, I think we just look forward to continuing to work with you. Your staff person always contacts us when there are concerns, and I know attends many of the community events we have. So it is a helpful, someone is correcting me. Oh, see, this is why you have a lawyer. 3 are consolidated and 1 is pending a motion for consolidation.
Got it. Understood.
So now I don't have to correct the record.
With that, thank you, Director. Thank you to staff present and staff at the agency who are not here for your hard work and service to district residents, especially our most vulnerable residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Mayor's Office of Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. We're going to allow the interpreters to get set up in front of the witness table, and then we will begin. We will hear testimony from Director Carrie Cook, who's the Director of the Mayor's Office of Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. All right. Okay.
Just testing the mic. Okay, I think we're good to go.
All right. As stated, we are transitioning to the performance oversight hearing for the Mayor's Office of Deafblind and Hard of Hearing, also known as MODDHH. As we do not have any public witnesses, we will start with the government witnesses. With us here today is Carrie Cook, who is the Director of the Mayor's Office of Deafblind and Hard of Hearing, Karen Quinones, Deputy Director, and Keisha Gore, Chief of Staff. Thank you, Director Cook, for being here today. Before you begin your testimony, I'm going to administer an oath to you and other members of your staff who will be testifying. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Director, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening. I am a Black woman wearing a white blouse with a Korean jacket. My hair is currently back in a bun. Good afternoon. Chairperson Lewis George, members of the council, staff of the Committee and Facilities on Family Services, and residents of the District of Columbia. I'm honored to have been appointed by Mayor Muriel Bowser to lead the Mayor's Office on Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. In the past 2.5 years of its existence, I'm proud of all that has been and will continue to be accomplished by this phenomenal team. With experience from the National Association for the Deaf, TDI, the Laurent Claire National Deaf Education Center, the National Association of Black Interpreters, and Gallaudet University. The team also holds certifications from the Federal Emergency Management Agency in Emergency Management for People with Disabilities and the National Institute of Health's Collaborative Institutional Training Initiative Certification in Social and Behavioral Research. It is clear that my staff background spans the most elite and community-embedded organizations in both national and district deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing communities. In fiscal year 24, MODDHH focused on community engagement and cementing our place within the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs as an outreach arm of the Executive Office of the Mayor. In addition to numerous community outreach events and programs, we started initiatives that address the needs of the community with the large numbers of community member involvement. thus showcasing how invested the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing residents are in the work we have in MODDHH. From meeting and talking with residents and organizational leaders, we determine our priorities and vision for our community members in the District of Columbia. We continued our outreach heavily by partnering with the Office of Disability Rights in their Olmsted work group, with HCMA as part of their Disability Community Advisory Group, as well as the Department of Aging and Community Living's Age-Friendly Task Force, and more. This year, we were invited to become members of the National Association of State Agencies of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, NASA DDHH, solidifying the district as leaders in the work of government services for deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing constituents in our nation. A key part of our work is in supporting access to government resources and services for district residents. In 2024, we were proud to partner with the district's Fire and Emergency Management, Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, the Metropolitan Police Department, the Office of Unified Communications, and the Department of Transportation through our Securing Access for Emergencies SAFE program. SAFE has been nationally recognized by NASA DHH for the comprehensive and innovative ways that we provide communications accessibility through the full breadth of government public safety services. I'm proud to say that Mayor Bowser's commitment to public safety is inclusive and accessible to people with hearing loss across the district. Looking ahead, we are excited about the work coming out of our office. During the remainder of this fiscal year, we will be maintaining the district's Effective Communication Program, ECP, which verifies that American Sign Language, Pro-Tactile ASL for the deafblind, certified deaf interpreters for those experiencing language deprivation, and CART, Communication Access in Real Time, captions for those with hearing loss that do not sign, is an embedded part of the DC government and public service, supporting the goal of providing all DC residents with access to the various district government resources that are available. In addition, with partnerships such as the Department of Health's Early Hearing Detection and Intervention Committee, the creation of the programming for hard of hearing late deafened constituents, the current hashtag DC in 3D initiatives for deafblind residents, policy outreach such as language access, and our annual end of the year report with the social impact assessment. MODDHH is primed to continue to make a significant impact in serving deaf, deafblind, deaf-disabled, hard of hearing Washingtonians. Again, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions from the committee, and I invite anyone who might be interested in contacting our office to please do so by emailing us at moddhh@dc.gov or visiting us online at www.communityaffairs.dc.gov.
Thank you, Director. I am very happy to see MODDHH has developed its first performance plan for fiscal year 25. I appreciate you sharing the data from the first quarter, and I look forward to reviewing the key performance indicators or KPIs or the full year during next year's oversight. Can you describe what it was like to develop a performance plan and KPIs for an agency that has a mission unlike any other in the district government? Were there any challenges in doing so?
Thank you. We primarily looked at the code of our office, and we used that as the guideline for determining what our measurable outcomes should be. So for example, connection to community resources, connection to DC government, more specifically accessibility in that, as well as our mission of compliance. So all of that was looked at. We're also under the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. So we added in that piece about outreach and engagement, making sure that the community is well aware of the wide range of services DC government provides and making sure that those services are in fact accessible. So those were the 4 areas that we looked at when we were determining what our benchmark should be for performance.
Yeah. Really great work with doing so. MODDHH provided a list of 7 policy memos that are aimed to help the district and government improve its level of accessibility. The titles include Lead K, Educational Equity, Disabled Property Tax Owner Relief, Closed Captioning in Public Spaces in DC, Induction Loops and Assistive Technology, and Zoom Accessibility. Can you share which memos are finished so far and those that are still in their drafting stage?
All of those memos have been finished. However, we still have to go through our internal process for approval, primarily through Mayor Bowser's office of the Policy and Legislative Affairs.
Okay.
So as we're trying to make sure that we're not stepping ahead of the gun, we're well aware of the federal climate and the ways in which Mayor Bowser has to work with the federal government and outreach over there. So we're trying to make sure that whatever we move forward with falls in line with whatever already plan is being set up for the district.
Okay, understood. And when, after OPLA sort of reviews it, is the plan for it to be, are you all going to put it online? Are you going to do any sort of teaching sessions about them? What are your plans with those, with those memos?
So the memo is useful because what we do is we go through OPLA. Now, OPLA's process involves Mayor Bowser. So she determines which of these policy memos we can move forward with. She also determines if maybe, for example, Lead K, that's something that could already be, that we can add to an education policy that Mayor Bowser may be working on. So that's why the timeline varies for each of the 7. Also, it really doesn't matter of making sure that it's good policy, right? So just because we submitted it doesn't mean it's perfect. And that's where we trust the Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs to do that fine tuning and work through and determine what the best fit for residents here in the district with hearing loss.
Okay. Thank you for that. We talked a lot about the new Olmstead plan with the ODR Director McCullough. Can you describe MODDH's involvement in the Olmstead Working Group and what wins the plan includes for deaf, deafblind, deaf disabled, hard of hearing, and latent deaf residents?
So I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Karen Quinones. Give us a minute, all right?
It's question 67.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson George. Yes, so regarding the Olmstead Community Integration Plan, specifically to the deaf, deafblind, late deaf and hard of hearing, and deaf disabled residents, we do have education support, which regards communication access for any, or to provide ASL access, or general communication or gestural communication or other sort of supported resources for any access that's not available, for any funding that is not already provided within the Olmstead or within the IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So if it's not already funded by the IDEA, we fill that gap. We also do provide 2% of housing access to any individuals with hearing impairments or visual impairments.
I understand that MODDHH finally has a new office.
Yes, we do. I'm super excited about this amazing location. We're right around the corner at 899 North Capitol.
Okay.
So we look forward to inviting you to our open house once we get all situated. Right now, our priority is making sure that we don't have a interruption of service. So that was our primary focus, was making sure that our effective communication program, which provides our ADA communications accessibility, is ongoing. As you know, we were able to hire an ECP scheduler to work with the DC Council. So we're training that person, and all of that was coming up to par.
Great. Did you have a good collaboration process with DGS to find and create a space that is accessible for your staff as well as the community you serve?
Yes, so before we even moved in and they were still doing some construction, they invited us in to provide feedback. And we were thrilled about that. Additionally, we were also had a follow-up after we moved with DGS and ADA walkthrough. We invited the Office of Disability Rights ADA architect to come in as well, and he will develop a report directly for DGS to make updates that focus primarily on deafblind. So we have a lot of access, I believe, for the deaf community, but we want to make sure that deafblind and, of course, deaf disabled, especially folks who maybe have physical mobility, and making sure that we have that accessible. So, in fact, that's been such a priority for us. That's why we haven't had our open house. But we don't want to make sure we're inviting the community if the community can have equal access. So that's been our priority. That being said, we're still able to provide services and resources, referrals for deafblind and deaf disabled people. We just want perfection.
Okay. The Securing Accessibility for Emergencies or SAFE project supports communications accessibility for the district's emergency management services. What is MODDHH's role in this project, and could you provide an example of MODDHH's work in any recent situation during which emergency management services were activated?
Well, that's actually a MODDHH program. We created it internally after we had several communications with community members, and they identified what were kind of like the most emergent issues. Fortunately, we've had smooth relationships with DC Fire and Emergency Management. We've had great relationships with our ISHMA and the Disability and Accessibility Functional Needs section of that agency, Department of Transportation, Office of Unified Communications. We've already had a few of, I guess you could call it a task force that looks at the text to 911. So folks who are not able to speak into the phone, making sure that we're partnering with OUC on the texting, making sure it's effective and that it works. That's been really, really beneficial for us because we've gathered information from the community. And now our next step is to reach out to OUC, who've been a partner with us, by the way. They have been part of this, but in terms of implementing some of this feedback, right? Okay. That will be our next step once we finish up some of the task force meetings. Fortunately, we've been very successful. As I mentioned, we've been recognized nationally for SAFE as something that other states want to start and initiate, serving as a national model. So we're very excited about that. Working with ISHMA, for example, recently with the major snowstorm that shut down the district, my office was at the Emergency Operations Center, right, at the ISHMA building, making sure that individuals who reached out for services or support, that portion of it was accessible. I'm really, really grateful that we were able to be there because as a result of that, one of the constituents who was there called and said, hey, my wheelchair, I can't get out. I have a doctor's appointment and I'm not able to make sure that, I can't get out. Because I was physically right there when the lady called, I was able to reach out to him and say, hey, I'm partnering with the Mayor's Office of Volunteerism and Partnerships, known as DC. They have a phenomenal Snow Heroes program. So working side by side with them, we were able to get services for that lady right away, right on the spot, which just shows the benefit of being partnered with the Executive Office of the Mayor. Additionally, we also provide language access translation. And when I'm telling you, it could be midnight and we're calling my team and I say, okay, the mayor has an emergency press release because of a plane crash. And my team is ready to translate those press releases. So that's something that we are very proud of. And we're very proud of the way that we've been able to make sure that people who are in the district and maybe didn't get a chance to watch the pressure and watch the marriage interpreters there, they're still able to go on our website and online to gather information. We also had the very first ever accessible third cohort. And so that is providing certification for the emergency response team. So that is providing a training as well as a national certification for local district residents. And when I say the first accessible team cohort, I mean we have people who were deaf, deafblind, deaf disabled, hard of hearing, all of the full range for the first time ever able to get that national certification. This is a certification that's been around forever. DC is the leader, and we're very proud of that.
Under fiscal year, and congratulations on getting that national notoriety and for all your hard work there. Under fiscal year 25 initiative, MODDHH mentioned the Fostering Resources for Accessible and Multimodal Education, or FRAME program, which partners with several district, government, and private entities. Can you share more about this project and its partnership with DCPS? Is the FRAME program available to charter schools as well?
Correct. So we identified this. As you may remember from previous hearings, we have parents come in frequently talking about their frustrations, making sure not just with DCPS, but DPR, all across the board, making sure that children had equal access and great rapport at the same level as children who are able to hear. So we were really intentional about coming together and said, okay, so what can we do to address this? So just as we developed SAFE, looking at emergency management, we developed FRAME to focus on education and workforce development as well. At the time, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Quinones to talk a little bit more about that program.
So about the FRAME program, it's a very exciting initiative for our office. And I'll speak briefly about one event that took place on February 5th of this year. We had a wonderful relationship with Emily Small, who is a DC Early Hearing Detection and Intervention Coordinator. She also is a graduate of Gallaudet University, and she uses American Sign Language herself, so I can communicate directly with her. And she really understands the needs of the deaf community and understands how there are barriers that exist within the system that we need to work to dismantle. So partnering with her office and with our office and the Clare Center at Gallaudet University, we were able to host a collaborative training in order to enhance the partnerships and improve the early hearing screenings, detection, and intervention outcomes in DC. So we had several representatives from a few different agencies that were in attendance. For example, Strong Start. We had DC Public Schools, a deaf and hard of hearing specialist who does oversee the deaf and hard of hearing program in the district, who was able to support the transitioning from early intervention to the K through 12 program in DCPS. So we also have the early Stages from DC Public Schools was also in attendance. We had Kendall Demonstration School for the Deaf. There were some staff in attendance. And we also had Maryland DC Hands and Voices. And so that's just one example of the multiple partnerships that took place and are ongoing moving forward for this year.
To add to that, that also includes a partnership with the OSCE, which, as you know, oversees public charters. So that is definitely a part of our frame project. We're really looking forward to doing more. Again, this is an initiative we started in December. So we are absolutely thrilled with how much we've been able to accomplish in a short time. And we know even more will be done.
Thank you for sharing that. MODDH's Establishing Act requires the agencies to create and distribute advisor communication cards to the Metropolitan Police Department containing instructions on how to effectively communicate with a deaf, deafblind, or hard of hearing motorist. In pre-hearing responses, MODDH said the agency concluded based on community input that advisors are not effective due to racial concerns. Could you elaborate on those concerns and MODDH's plans to coordinate with MPD's deaf and hard of hearing unit to implement more effective strategies?
So we were really happy that last year, because of Mayor Bowser's focus on public safety, we developed a very strong partnership with the Metropolitan Police Department Deaf and Hard of Hearing Unit. We had several programs in partnership with them. They have requested our office to come out to certain numbers of the events, which we've attended as well. Additionally, we've also have an annual event at the H2 Festival where we have over hundreds of thousands of people come to the H3 Festival to participate. And on that stage, we have MPD talking about their services with the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Unit. And lastly, our advisory committee has just appointed a new person to represent MPD on the advisory committee. So this is just a few examples of how we're making sure that MPD is not only accessible to the deaf and hard of hearing community, but also making sure that the deaf and hard of hearing community is aware of the deaf and hard of hearing unit, which before we started, most didn't even know existed.
So what's the, what were the racial concerns?
Yes, so that was due to the visor card. The vision behind that was to make sure, you have the card on the visor that you could reach for and hand to the police person when they come in. The issue with that is that because of the racial climate, there's a lack of ability to feel safe for deaf and hard of hearing people of color in terms of making sudden moves and things of that nature. So also as part of the National Association of State Agencies of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, we were able to have access to their own research. They had spent the past 3 years looking at this because this is something that many people across different states have had an idea. Why not just have visor cards? And their research and their studies have shown that it's actually not effective when it is in use. So we realized we have to be stewards of district government resources and dollars, especially now. And we realized there are better ways to reach the same outcome.
Okay. I want to turn to staffing. As you know, MODDH's FTE count increased by 2 from fiscal year 24 to 25. One of those positions was a transfer for the chief of staff position from the executive office of mayor to MODDH. The other was a council-funded FTE created to fulfill the agency's new obligations under the fiscal year 25 Budget Support Act subtitle, which requires MODDH to process and fulfill requests for interpretive services made to the council. Has that position been filled?
That is correct. So that position has been filled as of January, we were able to fill that position. That is our project manager, Carrie Scurry-Burns. She has been absolutely phenomenal, getting trained and everything in terms of making sure that the effective communication program is still fully functioning as it relates to DC Council.
Okay. And are the responsibilities of the new council-funded FTE position only managing ECP requests made to the council, or do they have other responsibilities?
Their priority rather is for DC Council. However, they will receive requests. However, we have a staff assistant where they're primarily responsible for all requests that we receive across the district agencies. So I guess you can say they're working in tandem, but the project manager really just focuses on the DC Council.
Oh, so is there another FTE that handles agency ECP requests?
Yes, both the full ECP team does that. So that includes our chief of staff, Kishore Gore, who runs the program. That includes the interpreter, everyone in the effective communication program. That whole team does all of it. And it really does require all hands on deck.
Got it. Pre-hearing responses mentioned a ECP scheduler. I guess, but I don't see that title listed on the organization chart the agent provided in question 10. So you are saying the position is project manager?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So you may remember we had some trouble filling it because of the classification issues with DCHR. That's why we were able to.
That's why.
We didn't want to delay anymore. So that's why we tried to hurry up and do that.
Great. Understood. How many ECP requests for the council has MODDHH fulfilled?
So I'll turn that over to Kishore Gore, my chief of staff.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So good to see you and so good to be here. So far, this is the first one that we've received. So we haven't gotten all of the requests yet, but this is our first one. We're looking forward to more.
Okay, awesome. I want to talk a bit more about the ECP program. According to data pre-hearing responses of the 49 agencies, excluding MODDHH, that requested ASL interpretation services, the top 5 agencies are DCPS at 31%, EOM at 12%, ODR, Office of Disability Rights at 12%, Departments of Park and Recreation at 9%, and DMV at 5%. The top 4, I think, are obvious, but I was a bit surprised by the Department of Motor Vehicles landing 5th place. Do they request a lot of ALS interpreters for people who are taking their driver's test or renewing their license?
Yes, so they do for renewing licenses, also for photo ticket hearings. Yeah, I think that's what it includes.
That's what it's, okay. Also saw Office of Administrative Hearings was 10th. Are these requests typically for people who are a party of a hearing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are some of these requests for agency employees not members of the public?
For agency employees, no.
No.
Our ECP program only services our constituents in the district.
Okay. As you may recall from last year's hearing, the parents of a child who is deaf was unable to attend a DPR youth camp because their requests for ASL interpreters were not fulfilled by the agency. At DPR's performance oversight hearing, I spoke with Director Freeman about the accessibility of DPR services and spaces. She said DPR has processes in place to solicit and process ADA accommodation requests, including ASL services. Has MODDHH consulted with DPR to help DPR develop those procedures?
That is correct. So earlier, I believe it was one of the other hearings they mentioned, making sure that we have coordinators for agencies that are solely focused primarily on making sure that we have accessibility. So we found that. We found those people and we trained them. one of whom is Natasha Herring with the Department of Parks and Recreation. She has been absolutely phenomenal in terms of timeliness of her response, making sure that she fully understands the effective communication program form inside and out. Again, as a result of the training that she requested we do for all of DPR staff who have engaged at public facing. So we're really excited about seeing that grow in 5. Thus far, we have not received any complaints with regards to DPR. So we're thrilled to see that it's working. I'm going to keep it up.
And I would like to add that family that did testify about their child wasn't able to access DPR's activities. They were able to shortly thereafter join a number of activities that DPR has put on so far.
Great. And for the record and everyone watching, can you describe the process for how district agencies should request ASL interpretation services from MODDHH?
Sure. So a district agency that is requesting interpreters or captioners or pro-tactile interpreters will go to the www.communityaffairs.dc.gov website, click on MODDHH, click on the Mayor's Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing. Under the resource page section, you will see a line with the Effective Communication Program form. The individual will fill out that form. Now, in the past, we have received, as you know, hundreds of requests, but we know that this could be kind of overwhelming for people who are doing it the first time. And as such, our ECP team is available via phone, via video, to walk the individual through how to fill it out. Additionally, after it's filled out and is sent to our office, which is an automatic process, once it's sent into our office at ecp.moddhh@dc.gov, it automatically gets sent in. We follow up with a phone call.
Okay.
And we say, hey, we see that you're having an event for the 5K, but we only have 2 interpreters. Well, the 5K is miles long. We don't know how many people will show up. You're going to hire more than 2 interpreters. We're really making sure that we also have cultural competency available for people who are curious about making sure that their services are accessible to district residents.
Got it. Thank you for sharing that and continuing to share that citywide so people are a bit, aware of this amazing resource. I now want to turn to MODDHH's compliance mandate. Director, DC Code 2-1431.02A6 requires all district agencies to submit to MODDHH an annual self-evaluation and implementation plan describing how the agency shall ensure that all programs and public information are accessible to the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing communities. These self-evaluations and plans are intended to be similar to the ADA self-evaluations and compliance plans that agencies are required to submit to ODR. Last year, we discussed MODDHH better embracing its compliance responsibilities, particularly with these reports. I was excited to see that happen, especially with the agency self-evaluation and implementation plans. But in this year's responses, MODDHH did not mention progress or plans to launch this compliance effort. Why doesn't MODDHH believe these plans are not core to its mission?
It is central to our mission. That's why we have the prototype done in QuickBase. So that's where we are right now, making sure that it's set up so that every single agency that uses it is able to have access to it. As you know, technology can be fickle. So that's why we work with actors to make sure that that's set up appropriately. We will start to pilot the program in a couple of months. We're really excited about that. Once we pilot the program, then we have a deadline of the end of the fiscal year, September of 2025. Once we receive that, we will go through the next steps of developing the complete report. We are well aware that because it is new and people have really busy schedules, that we may have to do some reminders of not only that, but also teaching people of how to fill out the form. So that's something we have embedded in our pilot program.
What agencies does MODDHH plan to launch the pilot?
all of them, across all district government. Anyone that had that is obligated to follow the Americans with Disabilities Act, that's who's going to receive it.
Got it. You heard from Director McCullough about how much effort ODR needs to get agencies to submit these plans. So I hope that you will be prepared to do that same amount, exert that same amount of energy and due diligence.
I mean, quite frankly, that's something that we expect, but we're not concerned about addressing, because that's something we have to done with all of our programming and all of our resources. I guess one unintentional benefit of being a new office is people have no idea who we are. So once we get out there and we're saying, okay, this is how you be in compliance. Oh, I didn't even know I knew that. Yep, that's why MODDHH was created in the first place. So here we are to teach you. So we all have already developed really strong relationships with many of these agencies in the first place. Additionally, being under the executive office of the mayor, we do have the benefit of saying this comes directly from Mayor Bowser, and this has to be filled out on behalf of your boss, Mayor Bowser. So that's one benefit that we see, and we hope to make sure that even if any are late, we're able to meet with them physically in person and walk them through the process. These have to be filled out by ADA coordinators. So ADA coordinators are run through the Office of Disability Rights. While we have no oversight of that program, we're really looking forward to making sure that we have a partnership with the ADA coordinators and are able to introduce ourselves as well as walk them through this new self-evaluation form.
Great. I really appreciated MODDHH's candid responses and sharing the deaf, deafblind, deaf, disabled, hard of hearing, latent deaf residents, most significant barriers to accessing services and facilities. I want to highlight some of those barriers: lack of ASL interpreters, PTASL interpreters, Braille, mobility, support in housing and employment services, limited accessibility in DPR programming, inadequate ASL resources in senior citizens programming, lack of ASL translation and captioning in social media, lack of strobe lights, vibrating alert systems, and protactical in emergency systems, limited knowledge and training on multimodal approaches in education, lack of tracking and enforcement of the installation of hearing assisted technologies by the Department of Buildings, and lack of sort of co-navigator program for ride shares. These barriers can make living in the district not only difficult, but unhealthy and potentially dangerous for the community MODDHH serves. I think this list really provides a clear roadmap for MODDHH, other agencies, and even the council and the mayor on where we need to allocate time and resources in order to improve accessibility. I'm going to get to work discussing these barriers with my council colleagues and ask that MODDHH continue to push on the executive side. And together, I think we can reduce and eliminate a lot of these barriers to make the district a much more accessible place. From the pre-hearing responses, I think the agency has made tremendous progress over the last year with increasing targeted engagement with and developing resources for people who are deaf, deafblind, deaf disabled, hard of hearing, and late deafened. Your agency knows better than anyone that these groups have similarities and differences that require tailored outreach and support. Can you elaborate on how the agency did so and what we can expect in this regard for fiscal year 25?
One thing that I am proud of in my ability to work with Mayor Bowser is understanding that we are the mayor's office of deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing. So when we identify all of these barriers and when we identify the needs, we're doing that on behalf of Mayor Bowser because it is a priority for her. As such, we have been very fortunate to have strong partnerships once we identify the need. So for example, if we're talking about housing, right? That's something that's an issue for all Washingtonians. So what we did is we developed a relationship with the Department of Housing and Community Development. And as such, they walked us through their program, their services, because we cannot refer residents to them if we have no idea how it works. So once we were able to do that, they said, oh, wow, there's a significant need for making sure that there's accessibility as it relates to providing services, as it relates to housing and homelessness and so on and so forth. We partnered with the Marshall Development Corporation, which is one of the grantees of the Department of Housing and Community Development, to host a week-long workshop and training and initiative. We are absolutely proud of that, because the minute we said, this is who we are and this is the barrier for our constituency, they said, oh, we're going to address that right away. And they had a week long, every single day for 7 days, they had a program or a training or an outreach specific to our community. Additionally, our first community town hall, which kind of like a community dialogue, if you will, was co-hosted by the Department of Housing and Community Development. And they sent someone over at 6 o'clock after hours. They didn't care, because they wanted to make sure that they are speaking directly to our constituency and addressing the unique needs in the housing. Now, this has been the same across the board for almost every barrier that I've mentioned in our pre-hearing questionnaire. We first identify the barrier, we identify the agency that we should partner with, and then we partner with them to address that. Obviously, we're not miracle workers, right? So one of the biggest issues that is actually a nationwide issue and a nationwide problem is the declining lack of in-person interpreters. So one thing that's a result of COVID is the majority of interpreters were working virtually. They said, we like this. This is easy. This is comfortable. Why do we have to come in person? And so there's been a significant shortage. Unfortunately, the DMV was hit especially hard by that because of the plethora of resources and services that are available for interpreters to make a good living without ever having to see someone in person. Ways we've gotten around that is by partnering with local organizations and partnering with other vendors, for example, of interpreting vendors, to make sure that we really highlight and say, hey, I understand that you may have a hard time finding in-person interpreters, but here's why we have to prioritize it. This is especially true for our deafblind constituency. There is no such thing as virtual pro-tactile ASL. That tactile, literally it requires touch. So that's been something where we've been fortunate in developing relationships with individual deaf interpreters, individual PT ASL interpreters, and to persuade them as to the importance of working with government. Because when you work with local government, you're working directly with the people that they purport to work for.
Yeah. As a new-ish agency is what I would call you now. How are you getting the word out, continuing to get the word out about MODDHH's existence across all 8 wards in DC? And what are your plans in fiscal year 25 to continue to make sure all residents know about your office's work and your ability to assist?
So we are excited about a new position that we have, which is the bilingual outreach court specialist. And that person will be responsible for getting outside, physically, literally being outside at different events representing MODDHH. We also will ask them to host, I guess you could call it office hours, quarterly at the different community public safety hubs that Mayor Bowser had created. So the one in Anacostia, as well as the one right around the corner in Chinatown. So we're really excited about that, because it's one thing to ask people to come to us, but we also acknowledge that we need to go out to them. So that's been our way of making sure that we have outreach as it relates to the community, as it relates to, for example, hearing the community and understanding what their unique needs are. Every quarter, we have community dialogue. So the first one was on housing, because that was an issue that was pretty much overwhelmingly the major issue across our constituents. The last one we had was on the Department of Transportation. That one was extremely successful because it started with when we first started almost 3 years ago. We had a constituent reach out and say, you know, the corner right by Gallaudet where it intersects with Union Market is absolutely unsafe. And I have been trying to reach out to the Department of Transportation for years to no avail. We stepped in and they right away said, yes, we're going to address it right away. They had the investigation, they had the assessment, they're going to start the construction. So we're excited that we're able to have forward movement, and that's due to our partnership. That's due to our ability to reach out to the different agencies. Additionally, many of these agencies are, you know, kind of like, we didn't know. You told us, now we know, and now we can do something about it. And they're excited about it. They're excited about supporting us and our unique needs. So we also have the two major events that cater to outreach in the community. The first is Deaf History Month, coming up in April. So we're very excited about that because every week we will have programs that address the initiative, such as public safety, addressing initiatives such as making sure that the deafblind community has full access and things of that nature. And additionally, as I mentioned before, we have the H3 Festival in the fall, which is the perfect way to reach out to thousands upon thousands of constituents who come through the H3 Festival. We hosted Mayor Bowser's accessibility stage. And on that stage, we don't just have talent and people performing, but we also have district agencies coming up, talking about their programs and talking about outreach. We have had constituents say, oh, I saw you at the H3 Festival and that's why I'm here. So we know it works and we know it's effective and we're going to continue to do that.
Great. We'll suggest sort of reaching out to the ANC commissioners as well, making sure they're aware of MODDHH and the services. A lot of ANC commissioners meetings may need services or supports. In addition, getting out, I've seen you at Open Streets and some of the major other programs. Different wards have porch festivals, like Ward 4 has, Petworth Porch Fest. Just continue to do what you're already doing, being out and about in the community. And also shout out to your excellent communications team on social media who does a great job as well, getting the word out there and being available during emergencies and during other issues. So with that, Director, I think that's actually all the questions I have for you. As always, I'd like to give my director's final say. Is there anything you'd like to share, Director?
Sure. I do want to say that we do have partnerships with ANCs, particularly ANC 1B. So we're excited about that. But we also, 5D as well. So we're excited that we are out there. And that's something, a great suggestion that we can have for our new bilingual outreach specialists, making sure that they go out to different ANC, different their meetings and so on and so forth, make sure that they know more, that we are here and we're here for the community. I just want to say a big shout out and a big thank you to the great folks over at the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs who partner with us in making sure that our outreach is done well. I also want to thank Mayor Bowser and the amazing folks over the Executive Office of the Mayor, more specifically Zachary Reyes, the Director for the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, because as much as we are newish, yes, it doesn't feel that way because we've had the full support of the outreach arm of Mayor Bowser.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Director Cook, and your entire team, not only for your engagement during this hearing, but your service to the District of Columbia and our deaf-blind, deaf-disabled, and late deafened residents. Thank you to all our government and public witnesses today. I also want to thank our fantastic captioners and ASL interpreters. Thank you all for helping us make this hearing more accessible to district residents. This concludes today's performance oversight hearing for the Office of Disability Rights, the Department on Disability Services, and the Mayor's Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing. For the public, if you would like to submit written testimony for the record, please do so by 5 p.m. on Monday, March 17th by uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system. The time is 3:54 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.